from the Central Election Results Centre here at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. It's a hot afternoon in the Namibian capital. Now, Namibia yesterday witnessed one of the most hotly contested elections in its elections history, with 21 political parties and no independent candidate this time around, combined with 15 presidential candidates attached to parties. It was one to watch out for and one that is deemed one for the records. Complaints of ballot papers not being enough, queues that were very long, stretching from the east to the west. The media had enough stories to write about, and your home channel, the NBC, certainly was no exception. This afternoon, we sit down with electoral legal expert, Mr. Henry Shimtukweni, to help us understand what happened yesterday, what is unfolding at the moment, and what does the immediate future of this republic look like from a legal perspective. Good afternoon to you, sir, and welcome to this special elections broadcast.
Afternoon, Denver. Thank you for having me.
First, I think it's important to establish whether or not you participated in this democratic process yesterday, and if so, what do you make of its significance for ordinary citizens?
Yeah, no, definitely. Denver, I definitely participated. I casted my ballot. I casted my vote at about 10 or 11 a.m. yesterday in the morning. So I then spent most of the afternoon with a few other things. Look, I think what we're seeing from a very procedural perspective now is an ECN which conducted its most recent election with EVMs, and is now conducting it back with paper, with a paper voting. So, based on what we're seeing yesterday and still into today, I think it's a pragmatic adjustment, perhaps. Yes, perhaps a pragmatic adjustment.
Now, Namibia is a constitutional democracy, yes, and these elections, specifically the National Assembly and presidential elections, are in accordance, yes, with the fundamentals of what constitutes a constitutional democracy. Yes. From your observation as an electoral law expert, how have we been faring as a country, as a democracy, regarding the hosting of the elections, both in terms of procedure, but certainly also very importantly in terms of the substance?
Yes. At the end of the day, one has to ask themselves, the ECN as the custodian of our electoral process, after verification, makes a declaration to say that this is the outcome. Now, the question one has to ask is to say that by making that declaration, was this particular election free and fair? Was every single voter who is entitled to vote able to vote should they have wanted to? If not, you then ask the second leg of the question to say that what was not the shortcomings that were there, are they substantive enough for one to then say that the entire election, its declaration as free and fair, is then not correct?
It might be early days to have us pronounce, yes, ourselves regarding these elections, yes, but to help us understand what that means in practice. If I allege that elections are not free and fair, what is it that I would need to prove in terms of substance, yes, to be taken seriously? So
there's a process through the electoral court whereby a person who has locus standi, such as a political party, may make an application to access certain electoral material, meaning all the particular electoral material from the ballot boxes. A political party can make an application. I myself, as a lawyer, have done that, where we open ballot boxes on behalf of opposition parties, and then you can then, depending on what you ask for, do you want to recount whatever your issue is? So all political parties, I'm sure, are aware of that, and I say that that's the correct procedure. We, as citizens who cast our vote yesterday, got that right to cast our vote from fundamentally the Constitution, and then secondarily the Electoral Act.
I just want us to take one slight step back.
Yes.
You made use of a term just now, namely locus standi.
Yes.
In layperson's terms, what does that mean? And who would have locus standi in as far as the elections are concerned? Can I, as Denver Kisting, who's just an ordinary citizen, claiming whatever it is that I'm alleging, take any matter to court because of that assertion on my part?
Yes. Look, you have the authority to take a matter to court, but it depends on what you're asking the court to determine.
That determines the authority that you have.
Yes, let me just clarify it to ask you what you're asking the court to determine. If perhaps as an ordinary voter, it relates to somehow your process or your participation, that's okay. But when it comes to serious orders from the court, electoral court, such as, for example, setting aside an election or ordering a recount, the locus standi is interpreted more narrowly, because one can imagine then that we have 1.4 million voters, and if we were then to say that every single voter in this country has the right to go to the court to ask the election to be set aside, then it would open the Pandora's box to a whole lot of applications which the court would not even be able to handle and perhaps might not be of substance. So the kind of orders which relate to perhaps a recount, perhaps a recount, or perhaps inspection of election material, that from a common law perspective would be open to political parties or those who participated in the presidential elections, those who have a more closer proximity to that, because the interpretation is to say that we as citizens, as voters, are able to approach that particular forum through the political parties that we choose to vote for or that we are members of, or that we support.
I want us to have regard to what you shared in your introductory overview regarding a very important procedural aspect, distinguishing these elections from their predecessor elections. Namely, in 2019, we made use of electronic voting machines. This time around, we're making use of ballot papers. And in the National Assembly and presidential elections, you may vote wherever it is that you find yourself across the length and breadth of this republic, irrespective of where you are ordinarily resident or irrespective of the constituency in which you registered. In terms of ballot papers running out at a polling station, when the Electoral Commission of Namibia would not necessarily know how many people would turn up at a polling station or even at a constituency for that matter, would that warrant sufficient procedural unfairness to render an election null and void or perhaps not free and fair?
Look, I think if what we saw, particularly from the news outlets on their respective social media and internet pages, is correct, then one can say yes, there was quite a few issues, such as the issue of the ballot papers not being at some stations, people voting till that particular time. That's a legal question, though, and not a practical one. One would have to assess, it's too early days to determine in terms of what impact did that have on the outcome. Because look, I always joke to people and I say, look, I'm a lawyer and I practice law, but when I graduated, I swear I did not get 90 or 100. I didn't get 100% in my exam. But I'm practicing today. I think I got about, somewhere there.
Neither law nor medicine is an exact science.
Is an exact science.
Yeah.
So then we then say that, of course, our electoral process too is not going to be
an exact science
100% without error. The question is, and it's too early days, are the errors significant enough for us to say that they deviated from what we expect, which is the principle of a free and fair election, which is a representative of the choice of the people?
Deviating sufficiently.
Yes.
Does that mean on a preponderance of probabilities, it would need to be significant enough? It can't be willy-nilly saying that.
Well, yeah, let me give you a practical example, Denver, to show how it actually happens. So what happens is, for example, if at the end of the process, one particular process or jury party is not happy, you then have to get every party has agents or had the right to have agents during the verification process and during the voting process.
Of whom the ECN, we learned earlier, needed to be duly informed. Because in the event that the ECN is not informed about who a party's duly appointed agent is, it may be difficult to know who is the representative of this party.
Procedurally, they should have been informed. Procedurally, they should have been informed. So at the time when a particular party makes certain allegations which want to be substantiated, those particular agents, as first-hand viewers of it, would have to say on affidavit, I was deployed to Keetmanshoop by party XYZ, viewed this. Somebody from that side views this, viewed that. And all that is put together and presented before the electoral court for it to make a decision. So it's an evidence-based thing. And I was watching the news earlier, and I must say I was quite disappointed with political parties being at the ECN making particular demands. And these are the very same political parties who know exactly what procedure should be followed. The electoral court is basically designated to make decisions within 72 hours. within 72 hours.
Following the completion of a process.
No, following being approached. Following being approached by a particular party, within 72 hours, they need to make the decision. Obviously, presidential elections at Supreme Court is 14 hours. So you can't come, it would be incorrect, I think, to come to the doors of ECN, who has a particular mandate to complete, and ask them to do something beyond their mandate, whereby the same act which gave you the right to participate in the process gives you another avenue. And the Electoral Court has to make a decision within 72 hours.
Let's accept there is overarching consensus amongst Namibians that it was difficult for the ECN to plan the number of ballots per polling station because eligible voters could vote anywhere, and these are papers that you can't just photocopy. They've been pre-printed, and the number that was printed before the elections was authorized. And Namibians feel the only solution to this challenge that we're facing is for us to extend these elections to a second day. So officially the elections took place on the 27th of November, this time around 2024. So it makes sense, let's just then wrap them up on the 28th of November 2024 so that everyone who is eligible to vote and who still wants to vote has the opportunity to do so. Is it as simple as that?
So the 27th of November 2024 is a date which was determined by the President of the Republic of Namibia on the recommendation of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. He then is tasked, the President, to gazette that particular date, which he did on the 26th of September 2024.
What does it mean to gazette a date?
So there is what we call the Government Gazette, and basically it's where all of our laws are published. So
it was made a law.
It was made a law.
This very date would be the date for the elections.
Yes, and it says specifically, he extended it though. The Electoral Act says he must determine the day. He extended it and says that the elections are going to be on this day and they're going to be from this particular time, 7 a.m. up until 9 o'clock. And additionally, people say that he declared 27th a public holiday. No, he didn't. The moment that date is determined to be election day, the Act already says it has to be a public holiday.
Without it having to be declared as such, additionally.
He just announced it and said
that's
that...
That's a very interesting point.
It already says it's going to be. So now, coming to answer your question, none of those days were declared as public holidays. None of those were gazetted to say that it's going to be that particular day. That's the one problem. The other problem is also that the Electoral Act speaks of day as if it's just one. So to answer your question, it's not that simple. What we are seeing currently is a very generous interpretation of 9 o'clock and allowing people to vote up until they completed.
You need to help us understand that a bit deeper. So if the Act makes provision for polling stations to close at 9 o'clock in the evening, right? So 12 hours after they had opened. However, the Act also provides for whoever's in the queue at that moment who wants to vote, because you could be in the queue and not want to vote, you're just there to chat, must be allowed to vote. What if the queue is so long that it will necessarily take until past midnight for everyone to cast their vote? Then it does become the next day, does it not?
Look, I think, again, it's an issue of interpretation. Because if it says, if the Act says, and if the Act says, I as a citizen, I am a citizen, can vote till 9 o'clock. And I go there at 9 o'clock. I was at 10 to 9. I was there at 10 to 9. So it comes to the issue of interpretation, and the ECN has decided to give a very generous interpretation as opposed to doing something which is not practical or legal, of declaring an extra day or asking the president to declare an extra day. So I think it's a very generous interpretation which, if taken up to the courts, would be curious. One would be curious to see what the outcome would be. But it's a very... Look, that's really all I can say on it. It's a very generous interpretation. But at the same time, I don't think it would be correct to say that somebody who arrives there at 20:59 should be pushed away because the line is long. The Gazette says that I can vote till 9.
If there is a national power outage on polling day, rendering all polling stations across all 121 constituencies across this republic unable to commence with voting at 7 o'clock. The power outage only gets fixed several hours later. And thereafter, polling actually starts. What impact would that have on the duration of a voting period?
I think currently, I looked at that, Denver. Currently, we have a bit of a problem in our act, which doesn't deal with that properly. Even a situation like yesterday. The Act, for example, requires the President to determine the day, I think, not later than 20 days or 15 days, somewhere there. They have to. So if they're going to declare election date, it must be at least 15 days before the particular day, prior to the day. So we have a bit of
one moment.
We have
So
a bit of a
brackets,
problem there.
you can't on the day declare that additional day will be tomorrow.
It will be tomorrow.
You need then X number of days.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a problem there with our act. But the thing is that, look, we're a young democracy. We've taken the best principles we can, and we learn from everything. I think the legislative, those from Law Reform and Development should look at this and see what powers can the President be given in such circumstances. Like the one you gave of a power outage. Currently, it would cause nothing but chaos. So that's the legal development. And we must also remember that legal development is normal. This is not our first act. We had another act before the 2014 Act, into the Electoral Act, and that's just how it is. I think my caution, lastly, Denver, if you'll allow me, is just to say that in the absence, everything is evidence-based, and in the absence of evidence indicating some kind of untoward or malicious conduct by the ECN, we should be cautious of making accusations such as rigging and all of those. I think it's quite blatant to us, if what we're seeing is true, that yes, there's a lot of administrative glitches.
But those don't necessarily amount to criminal conduct.
Criminal conduct or criminal conduct or some kind of deliberate irregularity.
The layperson wants to know if this is what the law stipulates, and this is our final question, please. You're a busy man and we also need to excuse you at some stage. This is how it works as per the law, although it may not be perceived to be fair. Are you at liberty to express your opinion on whether or not the law at times may not be fair towards citizens who have to abide by it?
Look, I think particularly like the electoral law, for example, electoral law is constantly developed for each and every country, and the procedures too have to be developed to suit theirs. To answer your question, for example, in terms of the ballots, the explanation could perhaps be that they never anticipated that people would drive from Windhoek to go vote in Dordabas or wherever. So is it fair, is it not? It's what it is, and then we must interpret it and then develop it if necessary. But yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for sharing expertise so generously and altruistically this afternoon. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Denver.
Electoral law expert, Mr. Henry Shimtukeni, helping us understand the legal aspects of what unfolded in the country yesterday and what is unfolding as we speak.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Denver, there at the ECN headquarters. We're coming to you now live from the NBC headquarters. It's day 2 post the 8th presidential and National Assembly elections, and we are continuing to discuss all things elections as Namibia as we await to hear the outcomes of the 2024 presidential and National Assembly elections. Now, during this special segment, we unpack the impact of fake news during elections. In the digital age, information spreads at a lightning speed, and unfortunately, misinformation can as well. Joining us for this conversation, we're joined by Media and Communications Lecturer at the Namibian University of Science and Technology, that is Nashilongo Gervasius Nakale. Ms. Gervasius Nakale, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We are also joined by Antoinette Kakuyaha Murangi. Basically, she is a media lecturer at the University of Namibia. Ms. Antoinette, thank you so much for joining us. Good afternoon. Miss Antoinette?
Yes.
Thank you so much for talking to us.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We
All
are
right.
also joined, that is by a freelance journalist from Botswana, that is Kabo Ramasia. Kabo, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us all the way from Botswana.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
All right. For all of our viewers who are just joining us right now, the conversation is the fake news during elections. Perhaps if we could just start with Ms. Nashilonga Gavasius Nakale, who's joining us in studio. At the top, seeing that we are, yesterday we saw many Namibians, headed to the polls to go vote. That is, of course, for their preferred presidential candidates as well as their preferred political parties. Can you just talk to us as to perhaps some of the policies, put in place, or we can put in place just to neutralize the effects on the prevalence of fake news during election period, because it is at this moment where we see so many citizen journalists and, everybody is, everybody has something to say.
Right.
Yeah.
So Ndapewa, thank you again for having me and of course my colleagues there. So as you know, Namibia has no law or policy related to misinformation or what we term as fake news.
Yeah.
We are aware, for instance, that the only sort of legislation that spoke to misinformation was related to COVID, and I want to believe that that was still in place for as far. But that's really the last sort of regulations that we had related to misinformation, and it was for a particular reason.
Yeah.
And so as we are, as a country, obviously we are, the media industry is regulated, it's self-regulatory, that is known across the country, and there is a media code of ethics and conduct that also applies luckily to the online space, and really that's all that is in place. The expectations is that the media industry, the practitioners, but also the industry itself is in the institutions and those practicing journalism at private level, as you mentioned, citizen journalists, ought to familiarize themselves with that in just making sure that they are following the guidelines and making sure that their reporting is fair, is balanced, is objective, and meets all the other, guidelines that shapes the journalism and the media industry at large. Yes.
All right. Now, just looking at your thumb, it definitely shows that you also exercise your democratic right.
Definitely.
Now, from yesterday and today, did you perhaps come across any fake news that has to do with our elections?
Ndapewa, I think in scanning the media industry or even the information ecosystem for the past few months, if not the last whole year, there's been a number of misinformation that has been brought to us through the particularly the digital platforms that we engage on. Some of them, at least the ones that we've been studying, has commercial interest part of it, but also we see many others that are really campaign-based, that are driven by the oppositions, just amongst others. But really, yes, those misinformation campaigns have been in existence, whether they're intentional or whether they are meant for politicking purposes. They've been there and they exist. I don't know if I think you asked particularly for yesterday and today. We've been seeing again some information that requires verification, and their presence or them being there also maybe is a result of a room that was created by lack of communication, or maybe targeted communication towards the media and helping the institution that is managing the elections in communicating that. If you look at, I was just scanning some of the information since yesterday and today. It's the media, quoting officials that obviously officials of the ECN in terms of the directives that are provided, instead of I think the best would have been to give that kind of directives directly to the journalist, particularly given that the ECN has a particular platform where they're engaging the journalist and sort of seeking the support of the media in helping that communication. So now it becomes otherwise, and it's really blurry that it is not known who is communicating. So yes, so sort of that room that was created, I'm not saying that it has created misinformation that we're able to pick up right away, but that kind of environment, that kind of room breeds anything that could turn into misinformation, yes.
All right. Now we are also joined via Zoom, that is by media lecturer Antoinette Kakuyaha Murangi from the University of Namibia. Miss Antoinette, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Miss Antoinette, do you perhaps believe that the rise of social media has made the journalist's role perhaps more challenging during elections?
Oh yes, absolutely. I believe so, because social media has the unique power of instantaneous communication, and news spreads rapidly. Social media is a role. Spreading
Well, we do apologize for that. Let's take a quick break while we sort out some of those issues, and we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Miss Antoinette? Cabo?
Hello?
Cabo, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Guys, can we talk to me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Cabo. Thank you so much. Do you hear that feedback?
Yes, I can hear you.
So they come back and just say the now stick to legislation and
I
just
think
I
so.
can hear you too, but there's a constant
Yes.
noise.
Okay.
Maybe
Miss Antoinette and Cabo?
can we
We're trying to sort out this issue, and we're just hoping perhaps if Miss Antoinette is speaking, Cabo, if you can just mute yourself, and then when Cabo is speaking, Miss Antoinette, if you could just mute yourself.
All right.
All right, can we perhaps talk to Miss Antoinette first? Cabo, can you mute yourself?
Yes.
Miss Antoinette?
Yes,
Can you hear me loud and clear? Can we boost the
I
volume
can hear
in here? I
you.
can't hear the guests properly. Yes?
I can hear you clearly. Dapewa, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Miss Antoinette. Cabo?
I can hear you.
Cabo, it seems as though your speakers are too loud from your end. Can you perhaps reduce them?
Okay.
Can you
I can
reduce
hear
your
you.
volume from your end?
Yes, I've reduced
All
the
right.
volume.
Apparently, you should keep it there. We're good to go.
Okay. All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So don't forget, when Miss Antoinette is speaking, then you can mute Cabo and vice versa.
All right. Noted.
All right. That is perfect. Okay, at least put her on more so I see. Yeah. It's low when the guests on Zoom are speaking. I can't hear loud and properly. Oh, okay. Welcome back. We do apologize for that mishap. We're currently, having a conversation on fake news during elections. And for that conversation, my guests are basically, that is Ms. Gavarsias Nashilongo Nakale, who is a media and communications lecturer from NAST. We are also joined by Antoinette Kakuyaha Murangi, a media lecturer from the University of Namibia. I'm also joined by Cabo Ramasia, who is a freelance journalist from Botswana. Before we basically headed on a break, we were engaging, that is Miss Antoinette. And Miss Antoinette, are you still with us?
I am with you.
All right. The question was, do you believe that the rise of social media has made journalists' job perhaps more challenging during elections?
Yes, Dapewa, once again, thank you for having me. And I do believe that, yes, the rise of social media has made the job of journalists much difficult, because on social media, it is very easy to share news. It is very easy to manipulate news, as well as to manipulate images and even use logos, place them on any material and share them. So yes, that has made the job of journalism very difficult, because as far as fake news is concerned, the headlines that are used are often very emotional. They appeal to people's emotions, and therefore people take them and run with them. And unfortunately, not everyone has the media literacy to actually be able to determine whether what is being fake news by really just verifying who is is the news that is correct.
Miss Antoinette, we are struggling to hear you at the end there. We do apologize to our viewers for that poor sound quality. But let's engage Kabo. Kabo, kindly just talk to us. As a freelance journalist, how do you navigate the challenge of verifying information in real time?
Thank you. I think it's really challenging nowadays for the media or for journalists to verify information, particularly in the age of the digitalization, whereby information or news is not just the click of a button, but as a mainstream journalist, if you have been to media school and you have been inducted on the news making process, you know that news is what is verified and is what a journalist establishes. So not you don't just assume that because something is making rounds via social media, then you take it as the gospel truth. So first and foremost, I think it is incumbent upon journalists in this digital era to ensure that they verify, they fact check, and by doing so, you have to cross-check the information that you have across with multiple sources. I think that is the first and foremost thing. And also the information that you have, I think if it's something that contains very serious allegations, for instance, maybe of elections, rigging or election, voter, I mean, maybe stealing of elections, so forth and so on. I think you need to, give it time so that you can investigate it and get all the details, and also make sure that whatever party is involved in the allegation, you reach out to them so that you can maybe try to get that side of the story, so that you try to balance it. And in the process, that is how you really verify that piece of information.
Right. Kaba, we just saw that Botswana held its general elections also, just recently. Can you just talk to us about, fake news during that time of Botswana's elections? Was it prevalent? Was there perhaps any fake news at all?
Okay. This time around, I think because much of the training had been done, particularly targeting, digital journalists or online journalists. I don't think that we really had, worrying case of fake news, particularly in this past elections. But generally, fake news and misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation are what we refer to as information disorders. Generally, they are in Botswana and the world over, but in the past elections, I don't remember any instance where we really did have such a case of fake news.
All right. Well, Ms. Nashilongo, earlier on you mentioned that there are currently no laws and policies in Namibia that address the spread of fake news. But if there were, how effective will they be in curbing misinformation?
And Tapewa, I think we've learned even during COVID, during the COVID time, where we saw regulations related to misinformation for that particular purposes, that it did not become very effective either, right? Yeah. And I think generally we can look at regulations that focuses on misinformation to be received with the same sort of energy. The fact that there's a very thin line when it comes to misinformation, right? And malinformation, as my colleague was saying, and disinformation, that some of this information holds some level of truth to them, right? It's then the manipulation, it's then the making them look more than what they are. And so it becomes very, very difficult with regulating those kind of sort of information without, again, eroding or like trampling on a number of rights, for instance. Whoever's spreading some of these misinformation, could also claim some rights. And it becomes also very challenging, particular, I think you're asking Ms. Antoinette on the spread of social media, right? And many of these campaigns, many of this messaging is being carried on platforms that we, I think as a country, has no authority to be ruling over, at least at this point, right? So it becomes, again, very tricky. One, you are dealing with the rights and the opportunity of whoever is spreading that kind of information. Given that many of them are on social media or are being or riding or spread through social media, it becomes very tricky for maybe us as a country or even as a media industry to be able to pinpoint immediately who is driving this campaign, for what purpose is it, for how long is it being paid for, many of those that are paid on. And then really sort of get an accountability or transparency report related to many of those campaigns. So it becomes very, very tricky. I think the current approaches of making sure that the media is literate, that the journalists are educated and they are able to use the existing platforms and ensuring that they are the voice of reason, so to say. If that can be strengthened, I think that can be the only option. But again, even within that concept, there's a lot of challenges, right? We are dealing with newsrooms that have faced challenges over the year, that the journalists are becoming younger and younger, maybe with less experience to say that if you're not covered elections in the past one or two, in the past elections, for instance, and you are only being introduced to misinformation, particularly related to elections at this election, it becomes very difficult for you also to figure out what is legitimate information and what is misleading information, right? So there's many of those challenges, and one, I don't think they would be able to be dealt with through regulations as one of the ways, but it requires a lot of education, a lot of engagement within the industry that is the media, just amongst others. Yes.
Right. Well, we can't wait to see, because you are also, from the educational institutions.
Right.
But Ms. Antoinette, how can educational institutions in Namibia be included in policy frameworks, perhaps to teach critical thinking and media literacy in order to combat the effect of fake news on a democratic participation? Ms. Antoinette? Ms. Antoinette, can you hear
Apologies.
us?
Yes. Apologies, I forgot to unmute myself. I'm saying, Hewa, I believe that institutions of higher
We do apologize for that mishap, but perhaps if you can take the question, seeing that you're also from the educational institutions, Ms. Nashilongo.
Right, yes. So I think our university localies have gone a step forward and integrated new media, new technologies, and the challenges that you've just highlighting here as part of our curricula. And we have been obviously sort of grateful for being exposed to international trends that are happening in the education of journalism. So issues of dealing with misinformation, media literacy is some of the specific skills that we are empowering those that are coming out of through our doors, and I do believe that those that are in the market have been exposed to this. And this is very important because journalism in general has been sort of shifting, has been sort of going through a transformation that sometimes I think even currently the role of a journalist, of the role of a sort of traditional journalist in the ordinary newsroom has been rendered to more fact-checking than collecting of the information. And I think that still is a value that is needed, and that is should still be regarded by the industry as very key. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we do see fact-checking Namibia, but apart from fact-checking Namibia, what monitoring systems do you think perhaps should be established in Namibia just to track the spread of fake news during elections? And also, how do you think this data inform future policy decisions?
Right. So I think it is very generally known that misinformation as a concept, or even the spread of misinformation, can be very quite rife on special occasions, and elections being one of them. And we are being informed by trends globally that it's particularly during this time there needs to be more concerted efforts that does not only lies with the specific media houses, that there needs to be a bit more collaboration with the media industries, for instance, collaborating with the academia, because many of the researches are being carried out by the academic, because the academic community, for instance, particularly at times like that, would be rolling out what they call media monitoring, right? And many of those really checks a number of things. How is gender, for instance, dealt with? How is misinformation? How are many of these other angles being covered? So that provides an opportunity for collaboration, but also collaboration with civil society, the electoral bodies, for instance, but also other, sort of entities or platforms where this kind of engagement can happen. I know that, for instance, the Media Ombudsman has a project going on monitoring, not sure if it's misinformation or just general coverage of elections, but really that provides an opportunity for a bit more robust engagement and dealing with misinformation. That if there's that coordination, then the moment, say, the electoral body has picked up that this is a misrepresentation of the information that we send out, and they're able to coordinate with the media as an industry, but also the academia and the civil society, that would really help in driving the information and sort of playing against the misinformation. But now maybe they provides an opportunity that we do not play as much and work as much in silos, that we work collaboratively and making sure that information remains legitimate, and that at least the public should be able to trust the whole ecosystem related to the information. Yes.
Amazing. Kabo, can you just talk to us as a freelance journalist? What tools do you rely on when it comes to fact-checking before publications?
Yeah.
Well, we do apologize for that. It was supposed to be a panel discussion. Unfortunately, we will not be engaging, that is Kabo as well as Miss Antoinette, due to some of those technical difficulties. But as we continue off the conversation with Miss Nashilongo, who is basically joining us right here in studio. Miss Nashilongo, do you think collaboration between educational institutions and media houses can help, counter misinformation?
Yes, thank you, Ndapio. I think this is just what I was referring to, but I'm glad that you came back to it, because I missed out the opportunity to engage the role of fact checkers. That also provides an opportunity to have a central fact checker that is supported by the media, or works collaboratively with the media houses, forums such as the Editors Forum, the unions, but also the electoral bodies in the academia, of course, and the civil society, and making sure that they assist. Again, the role of fact checkers itself can be very costly, can be very time-consuming, particularly because they'll be chasing, whatever information that is fed to them. But there's a need for support, and there's a need for working together instead of working in silos. Yes.
All right. But what role do you think digital literacy plays in combating the spread of fake news during elections?
I think that it plays the biggest role, possibly the biggest role to 90 or 100% in combating fake news, because anybody can just believe anything, right? Trends, for instance, has told us that the biggest spreaders of misinformation, even during the times of COVID, but also generally, think of your health, think of any other thing that you have had that you really got to stop and question, has been the upper age group, right? Maybe because they don't engage with technology the way that we use technology. So even for that generation, maybe even for generation beyond our age or lower, there's a need for media literacy. We see that there's obviously in the country a number of media literacy initiatives. Are they adequate? Maybe that's a question that we should be asking ourselves as an industry, but also as a country, and to say how further can we go? How do we sort of build on that? Is what is being developed in the lecture hall, is that enough? Is there a need to engage the general academic, maybe not academic, the general scholarly curriculum from grade 1 to grade 12 and really engage media and information literacy as a component, just like as part of the social issues that the society is facing now, to teach people and ask them before, I think based on the campaigns that we see, before you believe it, have you actually stopped and say, wait a minute, this looks too good to be true? And because once you are told through media and information literacy campaigns or classes, then it would be helpful to empower citizens and help them stop, question even the spread of misinformation at personal level, yes.
Yeah. Now, looking at Namibia's situation, especially during the time of elections, do you think we handle fake news properly? Do you think we combat it very well?
I think so. Maybe not well to 100%, but over and over we are picking up whether it is the political parties themselves, whether it's the media institutions themselves, really piking or highlighting information that is out there, particularly if it's misrepresenting their entity and labeling it as such. I don't know, but the other day I was just cleaning out my WhatsApp groups, and I really picked up a number of information with that stamp that says this is fake news, this is not real, this is, and so to a certain extent there's some of those sort of efforts. Are they enough? Maybe not. We could do more, but also we only do more when we know better. Again, that needs to be work together with what I've just mentioned earlier, media and information literacy, but also very coordinated, right? It's not very helpful if through the campaigns, for instance, the ECNs label something as fake news, but then the rest of the media doesn't, right? So if it's coordinated and there's sort of a coordination or coordinating body that really highlights, is supported by fact-checking, for instance, institution, then that will help and really send out a stronger message that is supported by all stakeholders. Yeah.
All right. So what advice would you give to individuals and organizations in recognizing as well as countering fake news?
I think the rule of thumb has always been stop.
Yeah.
Question, reread it, double check everywhere else, go to credible media houses, locally or internationally, and really just cross-check, right? Because I think previously we have seen that the media is also first want to break the story. You've heard something or it's seen or you've seen it on your timeline and looks very good and you go ahead and want to break it. But I think we've gotten, at the point, especially during these elections, where even media houses are asking themselves, do I really want to be the first to break the news? Or can I be the first to break legitimate news? So again, I think that rule of thumb applies to everybody, whether it's local level, at individual level or institutional level, but also when we are consuming politically motivated information. Yes.
All right, Ms. Nashilonga, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon to talk to us. We honestly learned, so much from you, and I think that also goes with, double checking and also, just being cognitive of, the news right now, seeing that we are waiting for the results
of the elections.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I think just double checking and also just fact-checking is something that we need, to keep in mind before we also spread the word out there.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Right, thank you so much, Napewa, yes. Yeah.
All right. Well, that was Nashilongo Gevarsius Nakale joining us this afternoon. She is a media and communications lecturer from NAST. We're basically engaging her on fake news during elections. We do apologize for not continuing the conversation that is with Kabo Ramasia, who is a freelance journalist from Botswana, as well as media lecturer that is Antoinette Kakuyaha Murangi, due to technical difficulties. Hopefully we do get to, speak to them later on. Don't go anywhere. Let's take a break. only joining us right now, you are watching Namibia Vote special broadcast as we wait, that is, of course, for as the preliminary results are coming in, and as we also wait for the results of the 8th Presidential and National Assembly elections. For now, we cross over, that is, to our colleagues all the way in Khobabis. Leslie, it's over to you.
Intricacies of every process. We're here at the Collation Center. But now, I just wanted to give you a brief background as to the interviews that I've had earlier on this morning with Ms. Hedwig Wannebi, the returning officer of the Khobabis constituency. What she told us was that the polling station, or the presiding officers at the polling station, had to wait for the verification to take place here at the Coalition Center. Hence, this morning we were talking about them not being able to log onto the system and get over through to head office. And I'm now joined by the Media Ombudsman of the Republic of Namibia, and also in his capacity as law lecturer at the University of Namibia, Mr. John Nakuta. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation, Leslie.
Okay. Well, Mr. Nakuta is actually here, and we were going through these, trying to understand the processes very well. And once we started reading the fine print, he said that the process is rather backwards in one way or another, because the presiding officers at the station should have done the pasting of the preliminary results already before they came to the Coalition Center, which is not the case here. Could you just elaborate there?
Yeah, maybe also just for context, as like this morning on the WhatsApp group, I'm part of a journalist media WhatsApp group of which the ECN also belongs to. Mm-hmm. And there's allegations made that at the various collation centers, like the one that we are now, recounting is taking place. And since I'm out, I'm here in the Khobabis vicinity doing observation because I've got accredited, I said, let me come and verify for myself. So I came here. Obviously, there's no counting taking place. Okay. And that is fine. So, but I made the point to speak then to the returning officer to explain to me what is the process. And to my dismay, something that is totally reverse in terms of what the law provides is happening. Mm-hmm. And I confirmed this with, because she was like saying, but this is what the training that we got. I confirmed this with the regional electoral officer.
Which is Mr. Joseph Amwandi.
Yes, and he basically really confirmed what is happening here. Basically, in terms of the law is saying the polling station is where everything happens in terms of voting. I mean, after I voted, counting takes place there
at the polling
station, and announcement is happening there. Okay. And then the process goes further. It said immediately after the announcement and posting of the election results.
Yeah, the preliminary ones.
Yeah, the preliminary ones. Mm-hmm. Then, of course, the things are now then transferred, I suppose, to
the collation center.
To the collation center. And then here at the collation center, they are now verifying and do the various collations of the various results. That is what the law says. But now what I've found out from these two colleagues, apparently during training, the returning officers at the various polling stations were apparently said, you will post, but only after we have verified
here at the
collation center, mm-hmm. and only then will you announce.
Okay,
and that is where the problem is.
Let's get to what the Act says, the Electoral Act of Namibia that we're currently using. You were speaking of Section 105, subsection 8A to D, the process thereof.
Exactly.
Can you just give our audience some of those steps that should have been taken?
It really says, and I'm going to paraphrase it, obviously, it says that immediately after the closing of the polls, and then, of course, the returning officer takes charge of everything. She must make sure that the agents that are there announce their presence and that they confirm in a way that we are here and whatever, and then counting starts. And then the law says after counting, again in the presence of these people,
the party agents and
the party
observers.
agents, after all these processes have been done for purposes of transparency and accountability, and they make whatever they do in terms of what the law requires them and how they would want to report back to their constituency. And then the law says you post. And it says immediately after, and that's the key word, immediately after posting, then the returning officer take the matter further to
the presiding officer.
Excuse me. The presiding officer then take the matters further to the returning officer.
The returning officer.
Yes, yeah.
So
now they are reversing it.
They are reversing the role. So basically what Mr. John Nakute is saying is that the presiding officer at the polling stations has to make sure that the counting has been done, the preliminary results have been posted at the different polling station where they are based, and then once they are done with that, and that each and every party is satisfied, then these ballot boxes can then be sealed and then be transported from the polling station to the collation center, where the returning officer will then come and take it.
Can I just make not a correction, an addition?
Yes.
Because I spoke to the colleagues and they are saying it's in order to make sure the way they are doing it now in terms of the ECN's directive is to make sure that whatever is posted is the correct thing. But even that understanding is wrong, because if you were to go to section 108 as to what happens at the collation center, the law provides for two scenarios. One scenario where what has been reported from the polling stations is correct, then that correct results are directly then announced to the CEO, that is head office. But the law also then provides, if in case there is incorrect returns and whatever, then there's a whole process again. Then you open, then you recount, then you do all this thing, and of course then you correct the results as was posted. closing of the polls, and then, of course, the returning officer takes charge of everything. She must make sure that the agents that are there announce their presence and that they confirm in a way that we are here and whatever, and then counting starts. And then the law says after counting, again in the presence of these people,
the party agents and the
party
observers.
agents, after all these processes have been done for purposes of transparency and accountability, and they make whatever they do in terms of what the law requires them and how they would want to report back to their constituency. And then the law says you post. And it says immediately after, and that's the key word, immediately after posting, then the returning officer take the matter further to
the presiding
officer. Excuse me. The presiding officer then take the matters further to the returning officer. Yes, yeah.
So
now they are reversing it.
They are reversing the role. So basically what Mr. John Nakute is saying is that the presiding officer at the polling stations has to make sure that the counting has been done, the preliminary results have been posted at the different polling station where they are based, and then once they are done with that, and that each and every party is satisfied, then these ballot boxes can then be sealed and then be transported from the polling station to the collation center, where the returning officer will then come and take it.
Can I just make not a correction, an addition?
Yes.
Because I spoke to the colleagues and they are saying it's in order to make sure the way they are doing it now in terms of the ECN's directive is to make sure that whatever is posted is the correct thing. But even that understanding is wrong, because if you were to go to section 108 as to what happens at the collation center, the law provides for two scenarios. One scenario where what has been reported from the polling stations is correct, then that correct results are directly then announced to the CEO, that is head office. But the law also then provides, if in case there is incorrect returns and whatever, then there's a whole process again. Then you open, then you recount, then you do all this thing, and of course then you correct the results as was posted. And then, of course, then you relay the correct results
to head office.
Yeah. So this notion of we want to make sure that whatever is announced is the correct results is unnecessary.
Concerns were actually raised where members are concerned that when they enter the voicing booth, they actually take a while. So now here I'm joined by a resident of Okanja who will just take us through what is actually happening here. Thank you so much for joining me, sir.
Yes, good. Okay, we are not happy with what's happening here because we came here around 6 o'clock, but I don't know what's happening in the voting room there. Somebody enter inside, spend like 20 to 30 minutes inside. So if you check, there's a lot of people here. I don't know what time will they be able to vote all of them or not. If the people are spending like 20 to 30 minutes inside the voting room, we are not happy about it.
So what recommendations would you actually like to make to the presiding officers and those officers that are actually running through this election process?
They must improve their system or whatever. They must put a lot of voting machine. I don't know whether they are using voting machine inside. They must put a lot of voting machine inside so people they be fast, because it can't be somebody standing for 20 minutes inside there. I don't know what they are doing inside. Then after that, how will all the people vote inside here?
Okay, in general, just elaborate how you actually feel in partaking through this electoral process.
Yeah, there's nothing further to say. Just to improve their system. They might just improve their system. Yeah.
We still check some of the members here who are actually raising concerns, and now we'll head over at the elderly side where also concerns were raised that they are standing in the sun and no provisions are actually made for them to be in the shade. As you can see, some of them are actually brought their umbrellas, and they are elderly. They're seated in the sun. They also came with their camping chairs, and with me here I'm also joined by one of the elderly men who was also in the queue. Just to specify, as an elderly citizen, what challenges are you actually facing that you wish to be addressed come 2025?
What I want, a big change in our town, actually, because as elders, we don't have, we don't have opportunities, but all I want to ask is, will this election change something? Because especially in Oganja, we the elders, we are suffering with the rate of what do you call the houses and etc.
Okay, do you have any final remarks?
Not yet.
Thank you so much, sir. So we move on to this side where the elderly are actually seated and waiting to get in the voting booth, and also just to get an overview of how they're actually feeling about the election process. But right now, I'll just speak to one of the ladies who's wearing an orthopedic shoe and also walking on crutches. So yes, thank you, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing good. How do you actually feel in partaking these elections of 2024?
I feel privileged to be a citizen of Namibia, to cast my vote, because my vote is my voice, and I would like to contribute towards the economy of this country, and that's why I want to vote, to have a say. Whenever you vote, you have a say in this country.
Okay.
Privileged to vote.
Okay, so now that you are also using an orthopedic shoe and a crutch, what recommendations would you actually like, or what were you actually hoping to see that you are actually treated a special way from those that are standing on the other side, saying that now that you're also in the sun and you are using these equipments just for support?
It would be much easier if they would be shadow for us, and more comfortable environment for us with this disability of us. But I don't think I should be treated special. I'm also just a human being with an injury, but I think at the end of the day you will sit for a long time and you get tired. So I think they should have at least have a shadow or assist people quicker. More quicker, because we've been sitting here for such a long time, and yeah.
Okay, since your arrival, according to your observations, what actually do you think that the election process is going smoothly, or there are sort of disruptions?
According to me, I won't say there's any distractions. It's just a bit slow. I don't know what is the hook up inside, but there are people that has been sitting here for a very long time, hours, and I think the process is just a bit smoother, faster, yeah.
Thank you so much.
We sit here the whole day. We came early to cast and go home.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, you have heard it right there from the Namibian citizens who actually came in a number were just to cast their ballots for the presidential and National Assembly elections. So right now we got hold of the presiding officer who will just run us through about the preparations of the election process, and now that also these residents also raised concerns about the process, the slow process that is taking place here. So how are you doing?
I'm doing well, ma'am.
So just elaborate or emphasize on the process that is here at Eden Primary School, now that also we see that a lot of people are complaining that they came here 4 o'clock early in the morning, but until now, not even more than 50 people have casted their votes. What is your take on that?
I don't know about 4 o'clock. We opened our polling stations at 7 a.m. as it was agreed.
Yes, but they say that some of them came to camp here. They slept here throughout. From 4 o'clock, they came to camp here just to ensure that they don't have to wait for so long.
Well, unfortunately, people came here earlier before the agreed time. We couldn't, just because they are camping outside, we need to open our gates, because we were instructed to open our gates at 7 a.m. So the process for us is going well. Difficulties with the old people, maybe that's why they are complaining about the slow process. But so far, so good.
Okay, how are the procedures in the voting booth now that people are also complaining that you guys take so long, probably even 10 to 15 minutes just to attend to one person to cast their ballot?
We are not attending people that are casting their ballots. When you go into the ballot booth, you go alone. So the people that are taking long are the one casting the votes. For us, we finish very fast. When they enter, we verify, we ink them, we give them ballot papers. They are the ones that take long in the ballot booth.
So when they come to your desk, you guys actually finish up the process faster, but then when they get into the voting booth, then that's where the process is delayed?
Exactly. So because some people can spend 15 minutes, and then when we see that they are taking longer than expected, that's when we go ahead and assist them. But otherwise on that, it's not on our control. It's not under our control.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, you've heard it right there from the presiding officer, who actually explained to us that it is members of the public that are actually taking very long when they go into the voting booth. Now from me, Martha Mwafangeo, it's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Martha. As we continue to engage our reporters, we now talk to Emil Sabeb. Emil, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tapiwa. Good afternoon to the viewers of the national broadcaster, your trusted source when it comes to the update on the presidential and national assembly elections. Tapiwa, I am based in the Tsumkwe constituency, quite a vast constituency which boasts about 5,900 registered voters for the general elections, presidential and national assembly elections that took place on Wednesday. The election process entirely went smooth throughout the morning hours. It was at night when at least 3 to 4 polling stations experienced a shortage of ballot papers, which was then being transported from Grootfontein to Tsumkwe. Now, what we can say is there was a bit of a worry from the voters, because seeing that Grootfontein is about close to 300 kilometers from Tsumkwe, and there is a gravel road. So the process of bringing additional ballot papers from Grootfontein all the way to Tsumkwe was sort of like a lengthy wait. I just arrived now from the coalition center, where the returning officer for the constituency. Now, you must note that the constituency has 28 polling stations, of which 8 were fixed and 2 were mobile. So she just confirmed to me, Basha Kahiriri confirmed to me, that all the 28 polling stations have successfully delivered their ballot papers. Ballot papers to the coalition center here at Tsumkwe. The only challenge that they are facing right now is the connectivity of the internet that is quite poor for them to scan and send through the calculated or the counted numbers. Remember, the presiding officers have to register the spoiled ballots, the counted ballots, and so on one paper. So they have to scan this and send it through to the head office. And because of the poor internet quality, that is the challenge that they have now. But she remains hopeful. She says by the end of tonight, they would want to announce the results of the entire constituency at the Coalition Center. She remains hopeful, but not promising that that announcement will indeed take place today. Other than that, the general atmosphere in the constituency, you must know that this constituency is quite very, very vast. It's a big constituency, so to drive from one polling station to another can take you up to 2 hours. So we have visited all the 8 fixed polling stations, and the atmosphere generally was very calm, very peaceful. It was patient. The queues, you would normally see a build-up in the morning, then it would decline in the afternoon with again a build-up, particularly the youth that would then go to the polling stations during the night hours. So, like I said, we are now just anticipating. Hopefully, the Coalition Center will announce the results of the entire constituency momentarily. So far, the polling stations have put up results of the various outcomes at the polling stations, but we have not driven to all the polling stations today to capture these polling the results at the specific polling stations. So we are waiting for the Coalition Center just to give the overall results of the constituency, Tapewa.
All right. Emil, we've seen a few voters turning back yesterday. Did the same incident perhaps happen in Tsumkwe?
Tapewa, the incident was quite different at Tsumkwe. Well, by the time we went to the Tsumkwe secondary school polling station, I did a very, very rough count. It's not an exact count. So it was about 50 to 60 people in the queue. And by that time, there were only 7 ballot papers left from the presidential and about 45 ballot papers left from the National Assembly. By the time the presidential ballot papers, the 7 ran out, the presiding officer then announced that they are out of ballot papers and they are waiting for the papers from Grootfontein to arrive. But by this time, the crowd did not, there was no uproar. It was a very patient crowd, though 2 or 3 people had left. And we also, like I say, we had to travel between the polling stations. So by the time we were there, at least 2 to 3 people had left because of the long wait, but the rest remained steadfast. The counting at the specific ballot, at the specific polling station, started 4 o'clock this morning, and by 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock this morning, they were finished and their results were already up.
All right, Emil. So everything, did you get the chance to exercise your democratic right?
Oh yes, I actually cast my vote at the Gamma polling station. That is about 100 kilometers from Tsumkwe, where I'm originally based. So the production team, myself, the team from Car Radio, actually got an opportunity to cast our votes and exercise and take part in this democratic process at the GAM polling station. The lines, they were very minimum people by the time we reached at GAM. So we actually got an opportunity to cast our votes. We were actually very, very excited to take part in this very, very democratic process.
All right, Emil, thank you so much for talking to us and all the best.
Thank you so much for having me, Tapewa. I hope to get in contact again by the time, should the returning officer make some announcement. I will keep you guys posted and the nation abreast of what is happening at Tsumkwe.
All right. Well, that was Emil Seibeb, our NBC reporter, reporting all the way from Tsumkwe, just giving us an update. And he definitely mentioned that by tonight we will have all the results from the constituency. For now, let's take a look at this interview that John had earlier on, all the way from Oshakati with a returning officer.
We are now joined by the returning officer of at the ECN at the polling station here in the Oshakati West constituency at the Pumbu Senior Secondary School. We are joined by Helena Kapenda to share the experience of what has been, experienced so far during the elections as now as we are anticipating the results of this election. A very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us, Helena.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Talk to us about yesterday's experience last night, ever since the early mornings that you have woken up to now. What has been the experience so far from the polling officers that you are working with, your presiding officer, and also the voting experience?
Oh, thank you very much. As we started the day yesterday, it was a very busy day. Mm-hmm. And all my polling officials were at their respective polling station. Yeah. And they started 7 o'clock, exactly, all of them. There was no problem at the beginning. So they started, letting the voter to vote, to cast their votes. And the process went very well, but it was very full. The queue was very, very long, yeah, especially in town. Mm. And we managed to finish those queues, even though some of them were finished very late in the afternoon. Mm.
I believe it was around past 12 o'clock that the team finished with the last voters. We also understand that there was also a communication also sent that the ECN allowed more people to come in and vote past the hour of 9 o'clock. Just tell us how the process went for the team here in Oshakati West.
Yes, there was a directive which was given that we should open, I think we should keep opening after 21 hours. Yeah. And then by then, some of the polling stations are already closed by then, especially the one at the villages, remote areas. Mm-hmm. But the one in town, all of them, they were very busy. And then I think people start flocking to the venues, and then, as I said, 2 of our venues closed after 12.
Very well. We spoke to the presiding officer yesterday, and she mentioned some of the challenges that were experienced at the polling station here at the Pumbu Senior Secondary School, that the ballot boxes were quite full, and they needed more of that to carry on a smoother process with the elections, with the remaining voters that were still outside. How did you manage to handle that challenge?
Yeah, all my polling stations were given one ballot box per election. Yeah. That is one for presidential election, mm-hmm, and the other one for national election. Yeah. And especially in town, as I said, there were so many people, the ballot boxes started to be full.
Yeah.
And we managed to get 2 extra ballot paper for 2 polling stations which were very busy. And then seeing that there were no more extra ballot papers, we tried by our level best just to squeeze and then to squeeze those ballot paper inside so that at least it can accommodate others. Yeah. And we manage.
Now, looking at what we are looking forward to today, the counting, of course, has it started now, and what are we looking forward to is from both your polling stations that you are, of course, monitoring?
Yeah, I'm looking forward for, as you say, this is our collation. We have a collation center here at Ipumbu Senior Secondary School.
Right.
And that is where all the presiding officers are supposed to bring their results after they've announced the result at their respective polling stations. And they've also pasted them outside.
Yeah.
And then they will come to the collation center. And then myself, I'm not going to count anything. I'm just going to collate all the documents so that I can announce the result of the constituency. So, as we are talking now, as you rightly say, they are busy counting now, and we are expecting the first team to come anytime from now.
Very well. And looking forward to the entire Oshakati West constituency. How has the whole process gone overall in general?
No, overall it went very well, because immediately after the training, where we trained more than 133 polling officials, we started distributing and dispatched them on the 26th. And then from there, yesterday we started with our election. As we said, it went up to very late. And then today we are counting, so to me it went very well. It went well.
Lastly, how will you as a returning officer make sure that the information that is being given to you by the presiding officers is factual and true, and that is actually the right results?
How do I do? Can you just repeat the question?
How will the returning officer make sure that the results that is given to you by the presiding officers is actually correct and factual?
Oh, no. When I receive the result, I have to check, I have to double check whether the result is clear. I have to check everything, whether documents are correct before I put my signature. Because if there's something wrong, or if something is not correct, I have to send it back, and then I have to explain to him or her that, no, I think here we made some mistake and you need to correct them.
Very well. Well, we are looking forward to those results. So thank you so much for making the time to explain all these processes to us. We will be, of course, engaging you as the day progresses to get more information on this.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That was Helena Kapenda. She is the returning officer here at the Coalition Center at the Ipumbu Senior Secondary School in Oshakati West, where we, of course, observed elections taking place. And now we've heard rightfully that the counting of votes has already started, and we are looking forward to those results.
As you rightfully said,
that is, of course, connecting and also crossing over to our colleagues. We now cross over to Natangwa Jimmy, who is finding himself in Keetmanshoop. Natangwa Jimmy, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Ndapewa. As you rightfully said, of course, we are broadcasting live from ECN's Collision Center here in Keetmanshoop, where if you just look behind me, some of the ECN officials from the Keetmanshoop urban constituency are currently now just doing the final touches before the results will be announced here for the Keetmanshoop urban constituency elections that just took place in the presidential and national assembly elections. But I am just not just here alone here today in studio. I am joined by a number of panelists. They'll just be speaking to me about what they felt about these particular elections and what it means for Namibia as we move forward. I am joined on my right-hand side by Suzette Chitaura, who is a community member. And then I'm also joined by Ibrahim Karwels, who is a young person here based here in Keetmanshoop. And then I'm joined by NCCI's representative here in Keetmanshoop, Jeremiah Hininwa. Thank you so much, Jeremiah Karwels and Suzette Chitaura for joining us on NBC TV. Obviously, you took part in the National Assembly and presidential elections that took place yesterday. Maybe just for us to know from the onset, how did you observe these particular elections and what are some of your sentiments that you can share with the nation?
Thank you very much, Master Natangwe Jimmy. In one word, this election I could explain it as an interesting, very interesting elections whereby we really saw Namibians, especially Keetmanshoop, people come out in big numbers and really vote as they have indicated that they wanted change. So I think this ECN's slogan for this year's election was that put your voice in the box. And I think Namibians and especially Keetmanshoop people understood that assignment. They understood that assignment. They came out in big numbers. They stood in those queues. They were very patient. Some people were there for 8-10 hours just to cast their vote to ensure that change comes. Because I believe that as a nation we are at a point that everybody wants to take a stand and say, I'm going to participate. I'm going to ensure that I take my democratic right very, very important and come out and vote and see the change that I want to see.
Wow, thank you so much. Karwels, obviously you are were a potential first-time voter. Obviously, you registered for these particular elections. It was the first time that you've registered for the election after just finishing your grade 12. But you opted not to go and vote because you felt that none of the political parties spoke to some of some of the issues and some of your concerns that you had. Just share with us with regard to this, and why did you make that decision?
Yes, Mr. Nadangwe, that's correct. I did not vote. I am eligible to vote for the first time, but yesterday I did not cast my vote. First is because I struggled to find a political party or candidate that reflects my personal views and opinions. So throughout the year, I've been keeping up with all the manifestos and the campaigns of the political parties and to see what really are they saying about what they are going to do when in term. But it's really sad to see the political parties are only trying to gain the upper hand during election time. So what I'm saying is, why only wait until you are in office to do something? They can use their current power, their current resources to be able to influence our country and to shape it to become better. Now, to say that they want to become into office while already there is a cloud of promises that were not met. So I am a newly eligible voter. So how am I supposed to vote while I see that from 1990 we have seen a lot of manifestos, a lot of promises being made and are unmet. Job creation, unemployment, poverty, a lot of promises been made to us as the youth. And really it's so sad that some of those have not been made. Majority, yes, but a lot of those small things matter because it's the small things that make the bigger difference. So for me, I decided that no, not because some of them don't reflect my personal opinions, I decided not to cast my vote. But again, yes, I note the importance of voting, and I will do my utmost best to keep updated with the political affairs and civic engagement to be able to make a better informed judgment come the next voting time in Namibia.
Thanks. Jeremiah, obviously you are representing the business community, particularly in the Keetmanshoop urban and rural constituencies. Obviously, a lot of businesses have workers, and some of these workers had to go out and vote yesterday. What are some of the experiences that you've had, especially with regard to business owners allowing their workers to go out and vote?
Thank you, Natangwe. Having observed what really transpired with the elections process of yesterday is that we came a long way. 34 years of independence. And one of the key highlights that I have observed is that I've seen almost all the business owners really allowing the employees and the workers to partake in this election. And not only just to allow them, literally bringing them to the polling stations, especially for the farmers, and also they themselves taking part in the election process. That is something which is really commendable, given the freedom that this election process has given to everybody in Namibia. Particularly, it's not easy for a business owner to have a closed business for over 24 hours. And allowing your employees and yourself for your business to close, it marks an important step in understanding why this process is really important for every Namibian who really want the voices to be heard through casting the votes in the ballot box. And as we are talking, we are really waiting patiently for those announcements so that our people, and most particularly the youth, they have made the choice. And as business people, that choice is really important, because the effect which it has, or the aftermath for this, which it will have on our economy, plays a vital role.
Yes.
Especially to the healthy environment of doing business in Namibia, more particularly to the investors and the global community that are actually following our current elections, and we are waiting for that result. So our political system and our political environment after this election is going to play a very important role.
Right. Yeah, Suzette, obviously, as a community member, you hear Jeremiah says, that it was important for businesses to allow their workforce to go in their numbers and to go and vote, whereby some even made the effort to transport them to polling stations to ensure that they've got that opportunity to exercise their democratic right. Your ears and your eyes are on the ground. How do the communities feel about this whole process, and especially understanding the political maturity of exercising their democratic rights and holding their leaders accountable?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntangwa Jimmy. I think, in my own personal view, is that we as Namibians, I don't think we know how to hold our leaders accountable. I think we need systems that must be put in place, evaluation or monitoring systems whereby we can see after 5 years, we can see and measure a person. You have said for example, you give us 500 jobs. Have you made that promise? As you can, as my brother said, that promises have been made. And somebody will come and say, no, but I've done A, B, C, D. But how do we measure? At what measurement do we measure that? If you have said you're going to produce 50 jobs, how many did you produce? What was the shortcomings? What was the challenges? Why could you not bring the whole 50,000 jobs that you promised? And I think also in general, when people went out this time around to go and vote, it's because they wanted jobs. Young people, they are drowning in unemployment. They are drowning in alcohol and drug abuse because they don't have anything to do. And I think even when you talk to people that were in the queues, why are you here standing in the sun for so long? They say no. Political parties brought up their manifestos. One of the things that they really emphasized on was employment. And as a young person, I want to be employed. And you get those ones that say, no, but I only just want a small job. If just create even a mall whereby I can get a job as retail, whatever it is, but I have that small money that I cannot go hungry when I go to bed. Others say, no, but bring training facilities that can also cater our needs so that we are trained, we have quality jobs, and I think with quality jobs we can create an economy that is sustainable and a growth economy. So those are some of the things, and other people would say like, but I also want to vote because I want the next generation to come, to have a conducive environment, to ensure whatever policies that are there, whatever people that are voted into power, they bring up a conducive environment whereby the next generation can flourish and build Namibia.
And for you, Ibrahim, obviously you said you did register for these particular elections, but you opted not to. If you look at the political manifestos of all these political parties, are you saying that nothing stood out for you that really made you, give you reason to go and vote? And if there was something that you would have wanted, what is it that you would have wanted the political party manifestos to speak about that would urge you to make an effort to go and vote?
Mr. Nadangwe Jimmy, fortunately for Namibia, our elections came after our neighbors' elections, and we were able to use that as reference and to be able to see, pinpoint their mistakes and how we can do better than our neighbors. And by reading their manifestos and listening to all their campaigns, we could clearly see that for political parties, they were delving away from the problems in rural areas by only trying to focus on urban areas. Because you could see that throughout their whole awareness campaigns and their manifestos, it was echoing job creativity, job creation, and unemployment, creating employment for the people and reducing poverty. But again, we have to note that for you to create jobs, you have to have the infrastructure to complement these jobs that you are trying to create. So how do you want to create employment, but you don't have the mechanisms to complement these jobs that you are trying to create? So it's very important that you also not put a strain on the urban areas by developing rural areas, because many of the people have to, because urbanization is now becoming a bigger problem in Namibia, because people are on the lookout for jobs, and currently there's also not much development taking place in urban areas. We have to take note, in Keetmanshoop, the only development in the past 2 months has been the new 6 mass houses that they've built on the next to the B1. So how do you depend 6 houses? How many people do you employ? You have to understand. So first we have to improve our infrastructure to be able to complement these new jobs that we are trying to create. Improve rural areas to be able to also create employment opportunities there, also creating schools at the same time. So we have to look at various things, aspects that the political parties are trying to move away from. So I did not vote because I really believe that majority of their focus was solely, they tried to do it alone. They are trying to sail this sea of uncertainty alone, while they can do it as a team. But there has to be inclusivity. Look what happened in South Africa. ANC lost. I'm not saying that we are South Africa. I'm just referring to it. ANC lost majority of their vote, and what happened? They went into a government of national unity of the Democratic Alliance and the other parties. And look what happened. The infrastructure that they have developed, where did they start? Because you have to have your priorities straight, and they moved down. So they improved their infrastructure, they created employment opportunity, and then economic growth happened. Because you can't have economic growth without people working. Where does that all revenue come from? So it's a thing about steps and inclusivity between the different political parties and the stakeholders in our civic affairs. So it really is a matter about priorities and inclusivity between the different stakeholders in our civic affairs.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Ibrahim, because there is too much effort put on urban development and urban businesses, that those ones from rural setup feel sometimes left behind. How does one from the business fraternity then encourage development even in those rural setups, you know, whether it's the garden, community gardens or so, but how does one encourage businesses to remain in the rural setup and still be able to be productive and ensure that they are able to provide employment opportunities for those ones that find themselves in the rural areas?
Jimmy, indeed, I concur with my colleagues, and I will have to take you back 34 years ago, where without referring to any political party, but as a nation, where we were compared to where we are today, there were systems that were missing 34 years ago that are currently in place. And indeed, we have what our country have demonstrated today is something that the world will remember. More particularly our SADC neighbors. We must be able to go through a democratic process and to be able to move on. Why am I saying so? You will see that there was more interest in more youth casting their votes this time around. Because, number one, they understand what they want, they understand the need of the country, and they want to help the government by choosing the party which they feel will be able to meet these needs. Indeed, not everything will be able to be fulfilled. I'm a business person. I know if I want change in my company, I will be able to take a process with it. It cannot happen overnight. So, and indeed, if it happens overnight, there will be questions through systems. For example, Namra will come to you and ask, where all of a sudden, how did you become to develop like that without any assistance from somebody? Then they will look into your affairs. So, with that said, there is a need indeed that we need to develop the rural areas and we need to create industries. Now, this is where we come in as business people and attracting investors. As we are talking, the majority of business owners in Namibia are young and middle-aged entrepreneurs, women and men. And by working or casting the vote, they have made the choice that this is the government that understands our needs. This is the government that we will be able to work with them. And the other parties must be able to understand that the people have made the choice. Young, old, middle, pensioners, they have made the choice, and we must be able to make peace with it, and then we must be able to march forward. Finally, when it comes to parties making their own choices, and you making a choice which party you need to choose, is understanding through the manifestos which they are producing. One of the key functions that political parties need to understand in developing the rural areas is to understand the need which are in those areas. And they need to speak to the masses about this. They need to tell us in the manifestos that this is what you are going to do for us. Are you going to speak about agriculture? And it's a need that it will develop our rural areas, for instance. By developing our rural areas, industries will be attracted to these rural areas to make semi-finished or finished products or produce through our business people.
Well, thank you so much. I must say that we do apologize for the ambience of sound just right behind us. As I said, we are at the Keetmanshoop ECN's Collision Center, where a number of activities are indeed happening behind us. But indeed, we do continue with this very important discussion with the panel of guests that I have here today. Suzette, obviously you heard Jeremiah speaking about the importance of diversifying, the business activities and not just keeping it in urban areas. You've also heard the concerns of Ibrahim that he feels that, the political manifestos of these political parties did not speak to me as an individual. Hence, I chose not to go and vote because every citizen has a right to vote or not to vote, and so on. But I just wanted us to go back to the 27th of November, which was yesterday. Just briefly, your expressions about how the process went and maybe where you would want to see some improvements in future elections conducted by the Electoral Commission of Namibia.
Thank you very much, sir. I think the process was well. For me, the way I voted, it was very fast. I think the polling officials, they helped me very fast. The process was very fast. But I think in the future, ECN should consider having more polling stations, because you saw a lot of people standing in 8-10 hours just to vote. So I think the more polling stations they create, the more then you can play around with the numbers. Because now imagine a lot of people like in Keetmansdorp came from the location to town because the location is obviously overcrowded. But then also to confirm that the town is also full because everybody is wanting the shorter. So I think ECN should consider having more polling stations in the future so that we navigate those things. But all in all, I think the process of ECN was very well, and we are waiting anxiously for the results to come out.
Ibrahim, obviously you did not vote, but obviously you went around also and you saw what are some of the concerns and issues that were shared maybe with your peers or those ones that were around in terms of how the election process took place, and maybe what are some of the things that stood out for you that you would want to share with us in terms of highlights of yesterday's elections?
Yeah, all in all, the process went swiftly. It was throughout the day, it really was good because I was on the ground moving between the different polling stations and interacting with the different voters. And some of the complaints we had was only the queues were long and it was a very slow process. But we also have to understand that elections happen every 5 years. So it's not something that happens constantly for ECN to constantly become better and better and better. So we have to understand it happens after every 5 years, and the personnel also differs, and the time they have to train also is a little bit short. So we also do understand. And there were also complaints about the shortages of the ballot papers. But it's not 100% of ECN's working, because the only thing that we can really question is that the distribution of the ballot papers. Because now ECN has to put in a mechanism to validate the distribution of these ballot papers. So if they also went on to produce more ballot papers, then there would be an outcry from the public of unnecessary expenditure, because we like to pinpoint faults of public institutions. And another thing is the trust in the institution of ECN, because as soon as there's no trust in the institution, there is no public confidence within the institution and the results that yield from the elections. So there really was not much of chaos or fights in Keetmansdorp from our own personal views and on the ground observation, but it was only those small things, but people are trying to pinpoint all the blame on ECN. But we have to understand that it's a matter of great. It really, this year's election was the most tightly contested elections, and we have to understand that ECN has a lot of work to do. They are really stretched to the point, and we have to understand that they are trying the absolute best under circumstances, and we do not have to throw them under the bus, but we have to bring our part. We stand in the row as long as it takes. We cast our vote, and then we make our voices be heard. When people cast their votes, their voices have been heard, they have made the choices. Now we wait for the results and to see how our country will be shaped.
Right. Jeremiah, how was your voting process? Where did you vote, and how did you find the experience?
I cast my vote at the Women's Center. My experience was slightly different. It was smooth, sometimes slower, depends on the number of people that turn up, and also the time of the day that you choose to go and cast your vote. Indeed, there are challenges. Those challenges are always there. With regards to ECN, without going into detail, what I would expect from them moving forward is to really establish this system. They should have a proper system in place which they are using, and a proper database. I'm not so sure if how the communication between them and the process of registering when you are registering, because if you know this constituency is having an X number of people who have registered to vote, it will help you to distribute the right amount of ballots to that particular constituencies, which then, if that particular person is not there, they've moved to another constituency, for example, during the time of the election, then there will be extra ballots. But you know that you have printed sufficient based on the number of people who have casted their votes in those who have registered to vote in that particular constituency. I think if they have to really improve on that, it will really be sufficient. And also on the time at some places where people have cast their votes, they are really dark and it's really unsafe for them. But overall and all, I believe that we have undergone a democratic process without having to go into detail of it, and I believe that it's something that will set an example, because this election was particularly different from many other elections, the ones that we have observed and the other ones that we have taken place. And I also just really want to say that it's a commendable thing for the youth from across Namibia to have casted their votes, because then you have made the choice. And if you have made a choice, you can hold somebody accountable. But if you did not cast your vote, you cannot blame anybody, and you cannot say, who do you want to hold accountable? Yeah. Yes, and it is indeed true also that there is also, because as we are young people, we have undergone the education process, which was obviously made possible and created by the current government. But we have learned to understand your need, what you want, and why it's important to cast your vote. And with that, I believe that many young people, they are open to it, and they went out.
Right. Just a reminder that we are giving you this special broadcast here live from the Kettleman's ECN Coalition Center, where I'm having a discussion with a number of panelists here on their experiences with yesterday's presidential and National Assembly elections. If you can just notice behind me, we've got some ECN officials that are currently putting on the final touches before the results for the Kettleman's urban constituency will be announced at this particular coalition center. Obviously, the elections are done and dusted. We are waiting for the final results. We have seen in past experiences, especially in and around Africa. Most recently, we've seen in Mozambique that sometimes results are not accepted, they are challenged. There is uneasiness, there's protest in the streets, there's war, there's killing. Namibia is largely a peaceful country. What is your expectations and hopes and dreams for the future as we move towards this new dispensation that we might expect that will come?
You know, Namibia has gained its independence 34 years ago, and we have enjoyed peace and stability in this country. And it is my hope and aspiration that that peace continues, and we don't see things like protests, as you say. And we find leaders, as we have said, that one person said, like, Namibia we are matured. Politically, we are matured. So whoever wins, wins. Let's accept the election results and move on. Because after election, there's a life after election. You know, it doesn't matter if you have lost or won. I think after this, political parties should come together, in an inclusive way, to ensure that whatever they promise in their political manifesto individually, they bring it to the table. You know, as I have said, I'm very, very passionate about creating employment for people, because really it's a crisis. So every manifesto said that we can create jobs. So let's come together and see which one is more bankable, yes, which one is more doable, and then we go from there. So that we need to unite unite now. We don't need political parties commotion. We don't need people fighting on the street. We don't need protests. We don't need anything. That is going to undermine our democracy, and it's also going to undermine the investors. The investors, they need stability. They need peace. They need a place whereby they know that it's a conducive environment, and I'm able to do my business in a conducive environment without no violence, without no nothing.
That is so interesting. Also, I just wanted to say, also you, Carol, the same question that I asked Suzette. How does Namibia now unite after these elections? How do we make sure that our country at the end is the winner?
So we have to move forward now because the people have made their choices, and our newly government will be selected, and they will be at the forefront of Namibia's growth. And let's take an example of what happened in Mozambique. The human rights groups reported 1,400 cases of violations leading to and after the elections, and we don't want that in Namibia, because as soon as that happens, it leads to social and political unrest, which leads to instability, investors taking away from Namibia, and at the end of the day, the main objective of the government, which is economic growth, is not achieved. So we really don't want that. We have to make the youth at the forefront of the politics and our government's drive forward. We have to make this the decade of change, the decade of transformation, the decade of growth and, stabilization. So to achieve it, we have to allow ourselves that we become together as a group. Currently, the opposition parties were trying to boycott the election results. Now, that shows that the priorities really is that within the best interest of the Namibian House at large, boycotting the results.
Great, so, and I think that it's so important, and it also echoes the same sentiments that Suzette was saying earlier, that the importance of uniting and coming together. Yeah. And I just wanted to ask also, just briefly, Jeremiah, how do we now move forward? How do we make sure that, that despite our differences, that we have one common goal, and that's the unification of Namibia, and that's the future of this beautiful country that we all call our own?
Indeed, Jimmy, if one has to really look at many countries, and I'm not going to go to global economies, I'm going to talk about our SADC family. You have mentioned about Mozambique, and following what really is transpiring there, it's not a beautiful thing to see. Seeing other young business owners and business owners well established to go through what they are going through. You are scared for your life to go outside or to go at a shopping mall or even just to leave your vehicle. Yeah. So with that, I believe that I would want the political leaders to really understand and take the outcome of the result as it comes, make peace, and then we march forward as one Namibia, as one happy house. Because a conducive political environment creates a healthy business environment for anybody that wants to do business.
Wow, thank you so much, you all, for really talking to us. I know that once we start, we won't be able to stop, because all these discussions are about our country and about the development of our country and the future of this beautiful nation that we all call home. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, there you have it. This was our guest speaking to us about the experience of yesterday's presidential and National Assembly elections that took place throughout Namibia. We are, of course, eagerly awaiting the results as they are trickling in. But yes, at the end of the day, whatever comes in, we say, they say, let us keep our country at heart and make sure that we become known and we stay known as the beautiful country that we are and the land of the brave that we are and that we are always known for, especially around the world. From us here at the ECN's Coalition Center in Keetmanshoop, it is back to you in studio.
Tangwe Jimmy, all the way from Keetmanshoop, engaging a very interesting combination of individuals there from Keetmanshoop, expressing their views and opinions about the experiences during election day, and also proposing some improvements in the future. And of course, last but not least, calling for calm during this period that we are going through, and saying, look, this is our country and we have to find a way to peacefully resolve the situation that is currently going on. With that said, we'll be crossing over to the ECN headquarters, where Denver is on standby.
Mpandu Jonas, good afternoon, Namibia. It's 28 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on this 28th day of November 2024. We are coming to you live from the Central Elections Results Centre at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Now, the 8th Presidential and National Assembly elections of Namibia took place yesterday. There have been different reports of shortages of ballot papers, long queues, among other challenges that characterized yesterday's elections. We have now invited, that's Dr. Victor Tonshi. He's a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, to help us make sense of what transpired yesterday, but also to help us understand what's happening at the moment and what the immediate future looks like. Good afternoon, Doctor, and welcome back to this special elections broadcast.
Good afternoon.
What do you make of what happened yesterday?
Sincere apologies for that technical glitch that we are currently experiencing. Our tech guys are working on it, and as soon as that is sorted out, we will be crossing back to the ECN headquarters. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now, during the course of the day, we engaged various NBC reporters across the country to bring us up to speed about the experiences and the stories that they brought to you yesterday during Election Day. One of them was Blanche Koreses, who engaged Ndapewa Ambabi. Let's take a look. And we still continue to touch base with our NBC reporters who were out and about in the field yesterday covering the election day in various parts of the country. And we have now in studio Maria Kalushu. Very good morning to you, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Jonas. Thank you so much for having me.
Much obliged. Let's start off with your experience yesterday. I believe this is the first elections that you're covering as a journalist for NBC. Talk to us about the overall experience and your impression.
Okay, Jonas, I covered the elections in Rehoboth. We started off at the primary school. I think Rehoboth is quite a small town, and they have sufficient polling station. They had 10 polling stations, and most of them people were coming in the morning. It was not so full, and I think there was order. It was well organized. There were no chaos.
Yeah. How would you describe the demographics in terms of the people that showed up at the polling stations? We saw that in some places, very young people turned up in numbers to go cast their vote. What was the situation like in Rehoboth?
Yeah, in the urban areas, it was not really young people showed up. It was most elderly citizens, old citizens. So there were no two queues. Only in the rural areas, such as Block E. In Block E, there were two queues. The longest queue was the one of old people, old citizens, and the citizens actually were complaining that people are only attending to the elderly because the queue was longer.
What were some of the challenges that you came across, or that the election officials came across? We did speak to several of our colleagues, and one of the recurring themes is that of not having enough ballot papers. Did you find out, at least in that part, what was the reason why they were lacking ballot papers?
In Rehoboth, there was actually excess. There were leftover ballot papers, but we also went to Groot-Oop. In Groot-Oop, there were no water. Some people had to go back home because there are only 4 polling stations, 2 at the school, and it was very packed. There were 2 people that fainted on spot, and people were going back home. So there were many challenges. There was even a chaos because it's at a school, and there was rumors that teachers are bringing their people. So commotion broke out, and yeah.
The teachers are bringing their people in what sense? That to come and vote?
Teachers are not coming in the queue, and they're bringing their families.
To vote as well?
Yes, but it was resolved. They brought 2 more police to come solve the situation.
Okay. Did you at least manage to speak to some of the members of the community to find out, what is it that they want to see change in Rehoboth? You did mention that, water scarcity is one of the issues that need to be addressed. But overall, what was the general feeling about the change that they want to see?
Yeah, change might be very different from people. I don't know what the other person's change is, but people are very eager. Like in Rehoboth station, it's very fast. Like in the rural areas, we saw 4 people walking to the town to go vote. So people are really eager to go vote. And yeah, so we even had to take a few to the town.
All right, Maria, thank you so much, and I hope you really did enjoy this experience.
Yes, thank you so much, Jonas.
Much obliged. Thank you so much, Maria Kalushu, there sharing her experience in terms of the coverage that she did on the election day in Rehoboth, the challenges that were faced there. We will now be crossing over to Khobabis for another update.
I'm definitely on standby right now with Blanche Cordes, one of our senior reporters. She has been in the field the whole of yesterday. Now she just joins us to talk to us about the experience and also some of the dramatic places she basically visited yesterday. Blanche, good morning.
Good morning, Dabs. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Those dramatic places that you're calling like that are polling stations, and they were really dramatic in terms of people having their voices heard. In fact, that's all what they wanted to do by casting their votes.
That's right. Now, you were in the field all day yesterday, moving from one polling station to another. What would you say the general atmosphere was like, during yesterday's general elections?
Dabs, two things or two words to describe that: patience and eagerness among Namibians, the eligible voters, to cast their votes. And this time around, our very first stop, that was now at the Emma Wuggenhout Primary School in Hoogland Park. That's also where one of the contesting candidates, the vice president, also cast her vote. But herself and others also were in the queue, and of course the elderly were given preferential treatment. However, I could see also from the younger voters that they themselves just want to cast their votes, and they didn't mind bringing their camping chairs, bringing their cooler boxes, having chats, playing dominoes and all these kind of games to entertain themselves. But should the time come for them to enter the polling station, they would do so in an orderly manner. And that was now the morning part of it. However, dramas started unfolding as from the afternoon. So those were, I would say that different experience. We had different experiences at different polling stations. Each of them came with some good and bad dramas.
That's right. Now, Blanche, your role was also to cover some of the prominent figures in Namibia. Can you just talk to us about that?
Yeah, starting with the vice president, as I stated, she was among the first ones, accompanied by the party's secretary general as well as her family, to cast her vote at Emma Wuggenhout Primary School, as I said, as well as then the prime minister, accompanied also by her family at the MTC headquarters in Olympia, as well as the founding president and family as well. So it was just it was very heartwarming to see that leaders would also or lead by example and have their families turn up in numbers and cast their votes. So that, and every time right after, and not just them, every single voter that we engaged would just encourage the next person to say that never mind the queue. So you could be in the queue for 7 to 10 hours, but as soon as you are inside the polling station, it takes less than 5 minutes. So it's worth it at the end of the day. So every single voter would encourage the next person. It was more like a tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend, just to relay the messages. So it was really, really interesting. The only problem or the only difficulties that we had also experienced were at polling stations where ballot papers had run out, especially in the Windhoek rural constituency, the one I covered, in addition to the Windhoek East constituency, Dapsy. For example, at Groot Oop Primary School, where it was supplemented by two mobile polling stations at the settlement. However, all three of them ran out of the ballot papers. That's by the time we arrived. We arrived at Groot Oop around 6:30 to prepare for the last hours. So that is what happened, and the community it didn't sit well with the community members who did not understand what was going on. They felt that the presiding officers at all three polling stations were not being honest with them, honest in the sense that by just coming out to communicate with them, it had to take the media as well as the police to calm the community, try and calm the community members down, for them to understand what was actually happening. But the presiding officers did at that time come out and try to explain to them, to say that they were waiting for, or the polling stations were also waiting for reinforcement from Windhoek, and that was an issue experienced countrywide. So that is what happened. But on the other hand, at Omea polling station, people around, that was now around just just past 8 p.m., the voters were quite chilled. They didn't have a problem waiting for the ballot papers to arrive at whatever time, but we did engage them as well, and they said that no, at least it's within an estate. Majority of them are staying there, so they didn't have. They used the time to socialize. It was the same at Aris, at least at Aris, around just past 9 after the closing of the polling stations. The queue was still long. However, the ECN officials on site as well as the police did assure the community and those who traveled from other places within the constituency to go and vote in those remote areas. They assured them that nobody would be turned away, and the ballot papers were there at the Aris polling station, and people managed to vote. I did speak to some youngsters who were just they were not up in arms, but they were just so in high spirits, encouraging the next person to say that just stay put.
Yeah.
That was the main message throughout the constituencies that I covered.
Yes, it was definitely a positive day when it comes to the message of, people going out there and exercising their democratic rights. But from the constituencies that you covered, Blanche, how would you describe the voters' turnout?
From the queues that we witnessed, I would say that it was quite high. That's if everyone had managed to cast their votes even after the closing time of the polling stations. So there was eagerness. People were willing to wait, Dapsy. The only problem or the challenge that they relate to us is that because the elderly were given a preferential treatment, some of them would also arrive around midday, around late afternoon.
Yeah.
So obviously if Granny Blanche is to come there at around 4:30 with her grandchildren who are also eligible voters, unfortunately they will have to give way to Granny Blanche, and those were the challenges that the other voters would just mumble about. But at the end of the day, it was done in respect, and it was done with respect, it was done with patience. And Namibia, one thing about Namibians generally is that they are patient people. They are really patient, and I think majority of them used this opportunity or this public holiday, voting day for that matter, to socialize in the queues. So that's, I would describe the turnout as quite high if everyone had voted by the time the polling or those who were in the queues, even after the closing time of the polling stations.
All right. Now, Blanche, you definitely came across, some chaotic moments yesterday. We saw you trying to engage one of the presiding officers, and, we saw them running away from you, basically not wanting to answer the questions that you had to ask them. Can you just talk to us about some of the challenges you faced in the field, yesterday, and also, just that moment of you trying to engage the presiding officer?
Well, that particular incident, Dapsy, happened at the Groot-Oop Primary School polling station. And what was said is that it had to, as I said, it had to take the media to help get answers for the voters in the queue, because the arrangements that were made on site was that voters who were younger than 60 would be standing somewhere which was quite far from the polling station, and then those ones, the senior citizens and the elderly, were accommodated in a different queue. So it must have been that before we arrived there, that the message or the information as to the ballot papers running out and then the place being flooded with voters from other constituencies or from other areas in this case, we're just adding to the number of registered voters at the settlement. I believe that by the time we arrived there, that information had only trickled down to the senior citizens who were closer to the queue at the polling station, but the younger voters on the other side of the queue were not informed, and that got them agitated. So when they saw NBC, or when they saw us setting up at the polling station, and we managed to engage the presiding officer to talk to us on site, just to take us through as to how the process went throughout the day, that's when the community members also stormed to our set, our little satellite set there, wanting to hear what the presiding officer would be telling us. So that is what happened. But we managed to, or the police managed to intervene. So.
All right. Blanche, it was great engaging with you today, but can you just give us a roundup of how your day looks like today?
Well, I will have to go take off my heels and run into the field once more. That is now to go back to the polling stations or the constituencies that I've covered, and just to see how the counting process from yesterday's midnight till now, how it's going. So it'll be a very difficult, not difficult, so it will be a very hectic day, but there's nothing too hectic if one is to get the information out there. So yes,
most
we
definitely.
will be visiting the polling stations.
And we will be engaging you as you visit those polling stations. Blanche Cordesis, thank you so much for talking to us, and we wish you all the best in the field today.
Thank you so much, Dapsy, for having me on set.
All right.
Now, during elections, emotions can run high and affect our mental state and our ability just to control our emotions. And for that, Denver Kisting spoke to Dr. Eunice Gonzo, a psychologist, to shed more light on how we can better manage our mental health during this very important and also very depressing time sometimes in times of elections.
So we are going to bring you those developments as the day progresses. But for now, let's head over to the election, the ECN, where Denver and Elago is stationed to give us updates of what's happening from the main center. It's over to you, Denver and Elago.
Timo Shakati, thank you so much, colleagues across the length and breadth of this republic, bringing us up to speed on what is transpiring on this 28th day of November 2024. Namibians were scheduled to take to the polls yesterday, and results will, during the course of the day, start trickling in, and we will keep you abreast of those developments. In the meantime, we also take stock of the impact of all of these processes on our holistic well-being. Now, as we await the outcomes of the elections, emotions may intermittently run high. Elections are a pivotal time for any nation, and the ongoing elections have brought with them a mixture of emotions, anticipation, as well as other feelings. Here to help us navigate these feelings, to help us understand what exactly is going on and how to process those feelings, clinical psychologist, Madam Eunice Gonzo. Good morning, ma'am, and welcome to this special elections broadcast.
Good morning, Denver.
Now, we are here at the Central Elections Results Center, where as soon as the final results will be announced, this is the venue to be. And in the background, we can also see that verifiers are hard at work to prepare for their role in this journey. Now, there are many stakeholders, many involved, many sleepless nights. What is the collective impact, ma'am, of all of this on our holistic well-being?
You see, elections are extremely important, and especially if you look at elections from 4 years ago. And it's also because a lot of things happened during these 4 years. So when you look at like these elections, and because everyone was speaking about how come a lot of Namibians have come out in big numbers and so on. And I also like what one of the voters was speaking about, to say that, you know what, right, it's about change. So because of a lot of things that happened, which not only included COVID-19, but also included losing our president, and also included that a lot of companies have collapsed, and the there's a lot of financial distress, and there's a lot of unemployment. So psychologically, we are at a nation that is faced with so many changes. And now any change can lead to a psychological distress. So you find that a lot of people are feeling a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression. People are having sleepless nights. So for the first time, they are now feeling that this is a chance to actually make a difference in a very uncertain world. So they feel that if I can just put that, then maybe the future might seem a little brighter. So at this point, we are dealing with a lot of emotions, a lot, surging emotions. It's basically like a raging sea. And that is what is happening, and that's why there will be a lot of emotional outbursts. There's a lot of irritability, aggression. So there's quite a number of emotions that a lot of people are going through as we are speaking right now.
I would imagine that that places a lot of strain on relationships, both on the domestic front, certainly also on the professional front, even in a queue. How does that play out in those circumstances?
So, and I think that what I've noticed is that it's playing itself a lot out, especially on the social media platforms. I've seen that you find that there's a lot of taunting, there's a bit of bullying. So people are actually fighting. There's a lot of infights. And then there's that division that it has become that it's your party versus my party. Now, in terms of relationship, you find that even a husband and a wife can be fighting, or you find that a father, a mother, and the children, especially with some of them just going to vote right now, where you actually also find that the parents will try to control who to vote for example, and telling a child, for example, that if you are going to be in this house, you are going to vote for this political party because they perceive that political party to be the one to bring about the changes that the family feels that it will take the family to the next level. The same thing is what is also happening even at work. A lot of people are very uncertain even about their jobs because whoever, especially people whose job are very much linked to a political party.
Or to a dispensation.
Exactly. So now this becomes a very highly tense environment because your own livelihood, your future depends on what's going to happen in these elections. So you can understand the anxiety, the sleepless night, the stress. So we are dealing with a lot of very, like it's negative emotions that a lot of people are going through. So everyone is very tense to find out what will be the results be, because they are linking the results to how would my future be from here going
I think
forward.
you're addressing the heart of the matter, but also having heard you say that there was a build-up over 4 years. It wasn't something that emanated from yesterday. So irrespective of what the results will be, that does not mean that the depression or the anxiety is dealt with. How do you see this on the long run impacting our individual well-being, but certainly the well-being of the country and of all citizens?
I think what is very important is the fact that it's for people to actually unpack those emotions. What we tend to do with negative emotions is that we tend to suppress them. Now you find I always look at mental issues or mental well-being as a pregnancy. It does not go backward, it only goes forward. So what is happening here is that right now some of these emotions are playing itself out already, and you could have maybe seen it that some people were a bit agitated, irritable, some people are maybe toying around, already exhibiting negative behaviors or trying to cause riots and civil unrest and a lot of other things just to deal with the negative emotions. But what you should actually be able to do is to sit around and unpack the little traumas. I may be calling them little, but they are not actually little. Because in a lot of ways, what you are dealing with is not just simple trauma. You are basically dealing with a cumulative aspect of trauma over a certain period of time.
So I may ask you, Madam, I hear you, but what does it mean to unpack my feelings? What does it mean to even feel my feelings? How would one practically go about unpacking these emotions?
It's very interesting. It's just ask yourself, why am I angry? Why?
I'm too angry to even ask myself that, I could say.
And most people don't even acknowledge that anger. Ask yourself, why are you worried? What is your anxiety? What is your fear? Because it's in asking yourself those questions that you start unpacking the real reason and the root of your fear and anger. It's because some people will say that it's about a political party, but it can also be that you find that maybe my business is failing, or I've not been able to recover ever since COVID. Financially, I'm not doing well. I
Yet
have
my
lost
responsibilities remain intact.
Yes.
My commitments and my bills remain intact.
Yes. And the prices are going up. Am I blaming the government for it? Or is it a world event? Sometimes it's for us to actually unpack this little, or is it because of my own insecurities, uncertainty? Or am I angry because I have to cut down on my lifestyle? Or am I angry because now these days I don't have a job anymore? And so we will need to unpack feelings in order to attribute it to the right source. Or is it because I have lost loved ones over the years? So unpack it. Am I going through a divorce? You understand what I'm trying to say? And then maybe I'm very stressed about this. But what we sometimes do is that we suppress, and then it spiral out of control. And then
what
we
does that
look.
spiraling out of control picture look like ordinarily? I would imagine it's not a pretty picture.
No, it's definitely not. Because you must understand negative emotions. They have a very debilitating effect on the whole psyche. It's a very dark place when people are going through these emotions.
Just one moment, ma'am. Am I inferring correctly that on account of what I'm going through financially, spiritually, romantically, my behavior during these elections could have their roots in these other factors, yet they play out and they manifest in the queue during the elections, on social media when conversations around politics happen?
Yes. Because, and this is the bigger picture that most people are not seeing. What people are seeing is just the picture of is this political party. When it's about, when it comes to voting, is what is the representation of voting? Like the other gentleman said, the voter, he said, it's change. You understand? It's a voice. I have a voice into my life.
Is it responsible as an individual to make someone else responsible or accountable for my psychological safety?
No, you don't.
Am I not blame shifting?
That is and exactly that's what we do. We do a lot of blame shifting. Now, I'm saying that, right? Don't make someone responsible for this behavior. What you should do is take count of what is happening and then still exercise your right. Because where your right ends, someone else's right begins. So it means that, right, you must be able to have an open view about this. And being able to vote gives you a sense of control over your life. So it's basically like almost like we call it a locus of control. But it means that, right, this is not the first time Namibia is voting. It means that, right,
it's the 8th time.
Yes. Vote, but there's still, you get a period still, and then because a lot of people, there's a sense of hopelessness and despair that comes from especially people who wanted to vote and end up not voting.
As far as the locus of control is concerned, if I decide to participate in the process and I cast my vote in accordance with my choice and my preferred candidate or my preferred political party doesn't do as well as I thought, what responsibility do I have to divorce the outcome from my happiness nonetheless?
That's exactly what I'm saying, that first of all, you need to assess what is this all about? Am I taking it totally out of control?
What is it within my control?
Exactly. You have cast your vote. You have still made your voice being heard. The outcome of it.
Welcome back. You're still watching the NAM votes. We'll now be crossing over to our colleague Dishishi Hamufungu, who's all up in the Katima Mulilo area.
Thank
you so much. Very good evening to you. A very good evening to the entire team, both at the NBC's Studio 2 and, of course, those finding themselves at the ECN's Result Center, Denver, Elago. You guys have been doing an amazing job and, of course, holding the fort from the capital. We're still here in the Zambezi region, coming to you live from Katima Mulilo. We are here at the Zambezi Regional Council's Legislative Hall, which, of course, serves as the collation center, where all of the tallies from the 221 polling stations will be verified before being forwarded and, of course, announced and processed at the Result Center. So you can see behind me, of course, some of the officials are here. Some of the officials are ensuring that everything is in place, verifying, of course, those results as they come in. We've been here the entire day, and people have been streaming in with boxes of ballot papers. You'll also see law enforcement officials in the hall. Of course, they are here to protect these ballot papers, to ensure that no disruptions whatsoever occur here at this collation center. But nonetheless, thank you so much for crossing over to us. Thank you so much for giving us this platform. We've, of course, prepared, a panel discussion for you, asking the very big question: what is democracy? And of course, tonight we look at how the past 34 years have been for Namibia and what democracy really means in the Namibian context. People have, of course, cast their votes. Election officials are busy counting those ballots, and today marks exactly day 2 of this pivotal democratic exercise in the nation's history. It's also an opportunity for us to reflect on democracy, not just as a concept, but as a lived experience influencing our lives, decisions, and our society. Now, this evening, I'm joined by a very esteemed panel. First and foremost, I'd like to introduce Dr. Elliot Moa, who's a respected historian, lecturer, and academic. He's here to, of course, unpack the importance of maintaining democracy. And with his deep understanding of historical context, he will shed light on the critical role democracy plays in shaping not only the region's political landscape, but also the entire nation's political landscape. Dr. Moa, very good evening to you. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening.
Of course, next to Dr. Moa, I have none other than Francis Mwinga. He's a cultural heritage specialist hailing here from the Zambezi region, and he's here to explore democracy through the lens of culture and tradition, and also provide further insights into how cultural dynamics and traditions influence voter decisions and engagement in the electoral process. Mr. Mwinga, very good evening to you. Thank you so much for being with us here.
Good evening to you also.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think a good place to start would be, of course, by defining what democracy is. I think democracy, of course, differs in certain parts of the world and perhaps in all parts of the world. Dr. Moa, let's start with you. One would say perhaps it is a governing system, the rule of the people, by the people. How would you define democracy?
Well, I think you have summed it pretty well. It is a rule of the people, by the people. It's a new concept, though, on the African political landscape. As you may recall, that democracy was actually an experiment in the making throughout the 20th century, where we had different systems that were contesting for supremacy, that is socialism and capitalism. So democracy being an umbrella or a discipline of capitalism, so to say. At least that's how the West marketed it. So it's a new system on the African landscape, but it's not so new in the sense that African traditional leadership system had these principles of or features or characteristics of democracy in themselves. So it is a rule of the people, by the people.
Mr. Mwinga, do you agree with that Africans have sort of been, practicing democracy since time immemorial? I think, certain cultures, certain traditions do have that element of democracy within them.
Yeah, I believe in that to a certain degree, that sometimes when electing a leader, so they go to consciousness they allowed people to choose their leader. The leader was not just only handpicked, but was chosen by the people. So the person who rules, like is a Ngambela or the chief, is being chosen by people. Yes. Whether it's a royal family, all the families have to unite. Whether it's a Ngambela, the whole nation have to unite to choose that leader.
Very much.
Yes.
Fantastic. Dr. Mo, of course, Namibia has been hailed worldwide, not only for the transition from apartheid to independence, but also really looking at Namibia post-independence. We have some of the most well-crafted constitutions around the globe. Namibia has been exemplary as far as press freedom is concerned here on the African continent, and has really been an example of what democracy should look like. When you look at our past events, etc., how have they shaped our adoption of democracy today?
Well, thank you so much, Deshi, for that question. Namibia, I think, hails its democratic practices from the liberation struggle, as you may recall, and from the history of subjugation that the country went through under the two administration, the German administration, and then later on, subsequently, the South African administration, all of which were autocratic or authoritarian in themselves. So with that kind of background, the new country or the new constitution of Namibia ensured that the history doesn't repeat itself. So hence probably why Namibia's democratic principles are exemplary if you compare it on the Southern African region as well as the African continent.
Very much so. Of course, one would perhaps have expected a bit of a struggle considering, the past events that Namibia has had to endure, but also just looking at the diversity of Namibia within itself. I mean, we are truly the land of contrast, the number of tribes and people we have. Just how well have we adopted democracy as a people, Ian?
Yeah, to say, at least, but in the olden days, there was a principle of my party is the part of my father. Same like in the olden days, churches. If my father is a pastor, definitely also I will be. Yes, on that church. Yeah. So, as the doctor here said, so as we learned what democracy is, then we started to see that sometimes we can differ, father and son, but we still have on the right course, because democracy means the rule by people with people. Yes. Because we cannot have the same needs. I need something, also doctor needs something. So we have to come to some way, consensus way we can say, okay, here we can come together. So in the olden days, as you said, it's true. Not even when the colonial came, because also I'm a historian from pre-colonial times. In the pre-colonial times, as I said, my father has a vision, then I have to follow the vision of my father. In that way, I have to succeed his vision, to implement his vision, even if he died. How do you call it in common English? Is legacy.
Yeah,
legacy, yes.
To continue the legacy.
Yeah, the legacy. But now we found that that principle doesn't work anymore. If part A comes to me and it convinces me, no more my father can say, no, my child, since me I'm from party A, you cannot depart from our party. So people that are trying to, and also I like the policy of the government when it comes to arts and culture. I brought the policy here. Yes. Most of the policies there, they say the culture should be in diversity. Culture in diversity. That means everybody must be included, whether you come from Herero, wherever. So now it's not even a strange thing for a person to say that you're coming from Herero, you come to mobilize here. People, they have caught up with the Democrats, the Democrats for nowadays.
True.
But in the olden days, it was very tough for a person coming from the north or somewhere there to come and mobilize. But now we live in diversity, so everybody must get a share. Yes.
I think that also ties in very well with our conversation from yesterday. You're talking about tolerance. Just to pick up, you raise a very valid point, and I thought of the Council of Traditional Leaders as, of course, an institution, as a body, looking at how we've managed to balance, our traditional values and ethos, and of course, looking at the modern day practices that democracy has. Could you perhaps, unpack for us, how tradition has sort of aligned itself with democracy and vice versa?
Yeah, since our democracy started, or when we got independent, we got the House of Chiefs. So that House of Chiefs enabled our leaders to come together and decide on other issues which are of the more vital importance to the nation. What is more important to our nation is peace. And also it's peaceful coexistence, and the other issues like good economic standing that we are. Because where there's no peace, you cannot prosper economically.
Exactly.
So that ideology came to our leaders through the House of Chiefs. Even other matters, I still remember there was a matter here about Liambezi. I heard it went up to the House of Chiefs, and they gave the ruling according to how they saw the matter. Yeah. So that they tried to solve other things, because you see, in isolation is not good, but in numbers, yes. There's a proverb in our vernacular. It says, "Muno honke kautolinjela." It means one finger cannot pick a lice. If you want to crush a lice, lice. Don't do this.
I love that.
You
need to use at least 2
You have to use two to crush
yes.
it. So that ideology also is holding water, yeah. Because chiefs have realized that I cannot stay in isolation. So I have to come to other chiefs so that we brainstorm and talk about other things that matters to our people.
Absolutely.
So that's why I said, through our democracy, through about the other instruments that have been put by the government, like House of Chiefs, other policies which are there, human rights and freedom of expression whatsoever, people have come to understand that we can differ, but we can agree to disagree.
Yeah.
In the olden days, sometimes it was very difficult to differ with the chief. It was very difficult, but now you can talk to the chief. This is how I see the matter. And the councillors can say, okay, the gentleman has come with a point, yeah. Or is a valid point. The chief can listen.
Absolutely.
Because they have learned that no one is carrying, not one person can carry wisdom for the whole nation.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
I love that. And just talking to Dr. Moa about, the importance of unifying on a traditional level, and of course how that has sort of paved the way for democracy. How crucial was that? That number one, we are one as a people on a traditional level, and of course this would allow democracy to thrive.
Indeed. Thank you so much for that question, Sheshe. To start with, the traditional governance system in Zambezi region has been that of a traditional leadership kind of structure, which emphasized on chiefdoms, yes, being on top, and then the ordinary citizen being at the bottom in terms of decision making. So like Mr. Mwinga indicated, the chiefs did not govern in isolation. Yes. They governed with the Ngambelas, who are overseeing various areas within their jurisdiction. So that in itself actually made it easy for the Zambezi region to embrace democracy, because that is one of the principles of democracy is highlighted or embedded within the traditional governance structure that the region had. So it became quite easy to adopt the principles of democracy. And as you may recall, in the 1989 election, various political parties participated. In this region, it was very active, as a matter of fact, campaigns and the political atmosphere. As you may recall that one of the leaders of opposition came from this region, and so there were these two big contenders back then, 1989. Actually, people actually predicted that there might be violence because of these two parties that sort of like holding equal share in terms of electorate within the region. But thankfully, because of that democratic system that is embedded within the traditional structure within our community, they understood that democracy is rule of the people, in as much as the Ngambelas are chosen by the various people from different areas or segment of the chiefdom. So it was quite easy for the integration of democracy, or transition rather, from traditional to the democracy. I mean, this building that we are in here was constructed.
Assembly hall.
Exactly, the assembly hall. Yes. It was, of course, the legislative hall, where governance decisions that has to do with governance of the region, affairs of the region, basically, were made from this particular building, way back in the 1970s. So even back then, when the chiefs were central in the decision-making or part of the decision-making bodies, it was quite easy for them to integrate and embrace the principle of democracy. So again, that was not all sweet and sound and all in flowers. No, it wasn't. There were some hiccups, of course, in transitioning into democracy. I recall one elder who highlighted the fact that back in the 1960s, 1970s, during the height of the liberation struggle movements and armed struggle and the active involvement of this particular region, he actually overheard one of the traditional leaders in highlighting that there should be no political party, or rather his subjects should not join any political parties without his blessings. So that kind of traditional seniority thinking as well sort of like made it a little bit bumpy to transition to democracy. But all in all, like I said, features of democracy are all embedded within the traditional system of the Zambezi.
Very interesting. And I can't help but beg the question, could you think of any other moments or other traditional values or principles that sort of contradicted democracy at the time? Yeah?
Oh yes, of course democracy implies equity and equality, and as we all know, issues of seniority, like I mentioned, are in conflict with democracy. You cannot say that, well, just because you are an elder, I should not question your decision. We still see those features within our political parties here and there. There's still some traces of those seniority, whereby a councillor or whoever it is feels that they should not be questioned. So it is something that we sort of like heavily borrowed from our traditional governance system. And also the issue of equality in terms of gender equality.
That was a major issue.
That was a major issue, and it's thankfully we have, as a country, come a long way. And like you highlighted, it's one of the best examples of democracy on the African continent. So in terms of women representation and equality and equity issues, it's a thing of the past. But back then, in the 1960s, it was a little bit difficult for women to play a pivotal role in politics, to say. And that has its roots within the traditional governance system, where women should just be at home, raising families, and yeah.
Very much. Historically, you know, tradition and culture always had this authoritarian sort of attachment to it. When you look at a king or a chief, whatever the case may be, but somehow you also saw the introduction of councils, be it advisors, for instance, be it to help make, you know, important decisions, and that in itself speaks to democracy. Yes.
Yeah, it speaks volumes to democracy, because in the olden days, well, we had a little type of democracy, where we have got a council of chiefs, councils for the royal family, who appoint the chief, and also we have got the community who can appoint for the Ngambela, and the Natamo can be appointed also by the royal council. But there is one thing that was not happening when I wanted to go to what the doctor said here. When it deals with women, women were only allowed to come as a witness in the court. They were not allowed to come to the court, unless if she is a witness on the matter. If she's not a witness, then she could not be allowed. Also, women were not allowed to hold positions at the quota. But these days we see women, we are having a lot of some indunas in this region. We are having Gambela at Mayuni, we are having an induna at Mpalila, we are having some the second indunas, the assistants indunas. So people are catching up with democracy. Yes. And we also, even traditionally, we realize that women were genius when it comes to rule. Do you know that in African history, because I also do pro-colonial history, in African rule, most of the people who started the chieftainship were women, like in our tribe. You see, Itenge was a woman, Mwale was a woman, the Road, Ntolo was a woman, the Road. Even the Balozi also, Mwamba who started, was a woman. So women, most of the, if you study the chieftains or other tribes, women started the chieftainship. So I don't know what happened along the way, that they pushed them aside.
Exactly.
But I got another story from another tribe, say that women were more lenient. So they thought, because people when they started, they did not have this type of aggression fighting other tribes.
Yes.
I once read a story of the Andonga and the Kwangwali, whom they called the Ambwenge, like that. So they fought there. But in the other, they say that the women, they could rule, but they were too much sympathetic when it comes to war. They were not so. They did not like their people to suffer.
To suffer.
Yeah.
Yes.
But a man, no matter what, they just want to push, go and fight.
War. Yes.
If you don't go, if you retreat, they just kill you, that you are a coward. So in that way, in our tradition, we started evolving that no, the right person to be there is a man, even though our chieftainship was brought by a woman. But in the olden days, the belief which was there was that a son or daughter is for a woman.
Yes.
Me, I can stay with my wife at my courtyard. I will say that no, I'm having 11 children. Although 11, maybe I'm having only 2. Or I'm having 9. As you can see now, people when they are going to paternity results there, people that are just grabbing their children. So it was a belief that a woman knows this is my child, and there's no child who has come out from the mother. a child becomes a child for that mother, but a son today is for this man, tomorrow is given to another man. So that's why they wanted that philosophy to reign. But when it came to warfare, women were wanting.
Yeah.
Yes. So now when we move on this democracy, you see that this democracy has made things to balance. Let me say we are going back to the previous policy of Africans,
yes,
of choosing women to be chiefs. And we have seen those in other quotas where they've chosen women. They are very successful. They are not biased.
Thriving.
Women are not biased.
Yes.
If the matter is not right to say this matter is right. It's not like men who sometimes if someone is coming with money, you can say, okay, I can see you around the corner, I will do like this. But the women are very straightforward.
Very much.
Yes.
Really. Fantastic. And I think we've seen, the inroads we've made as well through the upliftment of women. When you take examples of the 50-50 Zebra Star and the representation of women in Parliament, how they've been able to address certain issues pertaining to women. But I want to come back to your earlier points from both of you. You spoke about the House of Chiefs. You spoke about this assembly hall, which was a place of gathering, a place of discussing matters of public interest. And it reminds me of our neighboring Botswana, our neighbors who also have something similar. I believe they call it Dikotla or Hotla, which is really, traditional assemblies where people come together and unpack issues, pertaining to the public, where they hold, leaders accountable, etc. I think to last month, where Botswana went to the elections as well, we saw the outcome of those elections and really the smooth transition of power in those elections. Talk to us about how, some of these traditional values sort of come out, and show themselves in the face of democracy, and just how well that has worked, striking that balance here.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Dishishe. Like I indicated, democracy has come a long way and has been, excuse me, part of our culture in Zambia in particular. And you find that the traditional system of governance didn't entirely die out. We still have the traditional authorities, and actually they are protected by law, by our constitution today. So as such, you find that the principles of traditional values haven't entirely died. And this, like I said, also comes with their own baggages that are attached to them. So speaking precisely to the previous elections that this country has or were held, we have seen that there have been some instances of voters or rather parties who were dissatisfied with the electoral process, probably because of the electoral bodies not really communicating administration of the election. As it's no difference actually with the current election that we are witnessing today. But all in all, we can borrow good or heavy lessons from those past instances. And also one thing has been the disenfranchisement of voters, particularly the marginalized community. So that has played a role in ensuring that representation on the ballot box is not, it's inclusive. And but in the past, it hasn't been like that. So today we are talking about 80% or more voter registration based on the census or rather statistics given by ECN. So the majority of that 80% registration of voters, majority of the voters or the electorate are young people. So in the past, young people have actually given up on the electoral process, the whole electoral process, because they thought to themselves, why bother? And actually it reminds me of an incident last night, because I did cast my vote late at night. I was late bird. So a
bit late to the party, but not
yeah,
too late.
indeed. So it was around about 10, 11 there. We're still in the queue voting, and a couple of young people immediately decided that, well, I cannot suffer like this. Why should I suffer? I've been standing here for 2 hours, 3 hours. My legs are itching, are hurting. What am I suffering this for? Exactly. For those who will vote, I think their vote will be sufficient. So my vote doesn't mean anything. So you find that comes from the fact that voters, particularly young people, were uneducated from a very young age, pertaining issues of civic duties and democracy as a whole, that your vote, as single as you are, it makes a difference. The thousands of voters that are being counted back there, they didn't come out of nowhere. Exactly. They came because one individual decided to cast their vote, to make a decision, the future of this country, and another person too decided. So every vote does matter. So I feel the lessons that we can learn from the past instances that have in part affected the whole democratic processes of voters being uneducated, particularly the young people, that needs to be addressed, and also the marginalized community or the disadvantaged, particularly those who are living in the rural areas. It is a fact. Most of them, they don't really care. Exactly. Because they are not informed about that, and I think we'll talk about a little later about.
But I just wanted to perhaps look at the current situation right now across the country, as you rightfully mentioned. I think perhaps, not to get into the details of how we've arrived, at this point, but we know there have been major administration issues in this election. Just how big of a dent has this sort of placed in what we call democracy?
Well, it just depends on how you look at it. Well, initially, particularly in the early hours of the closing time for the election, around about 9 there, you had the various political parties were calling for either extension of the vote or nullification, which would have been a huge blow to the whole electoral system, because that would have actually brought a lot of questions as to why was there perhaps rigging that was identified. That's why it was nullified. So all in all, the sort of like the atmosphere, the tension and the heat started to come down finally, and I'm sure the explanation from ECN, from the authority, has been satisfactory to most political parties. And one of the issues that has been highlighted was that of ballot papers that sort of were insufficient in most polling stations. And it came to light later on that why those ballot papers were insufficient is because the officials actually predicted that, well, a certain number of people will be served by that particular polling station, for example, in a rural area. And all of a sudden, folks from the town, because they don't want to stand in the queue and wait to cast their vote, suddenly they drive to those rural polling stations, and on those polling stations, the extent that within overwhelm them exactly, inundate them. So the extent that just within a few hours, all the ballot papers are gone. So with that transparency and forthcoming from the authority, in this case ECN, I'm pretty sure even the observers, even the political parties themselves will understand that, well, it has been transparent and the hiccup were not really
deliberate, so to say.
Yeah, they were not deliberate. It was something that was unforeseen.
Very much indeed. So Mungi, I'd like to get your take. Yes.
Just on that one, I want to add on that one. What was overlooked was this time of the year, people, most of the people, they get their leaves, they go and plow. So it's normal that people, they will be found at the villages. So they never anticipated on that one. I thought maybe people will be at where they registered in town. So most of the schools closed, and some of them are on leave, on vacation, so they are there at home. So that's why they got those backlogs of people, a lot of people there online. I don't know, because I'm not much of a politician also. I don't know what brought people to drive away from the AVM. Those things were also making things quick. Yeah. But now, since now there are ballot papers, whatever, everything is on paper. To transport those things, it needs more things like cars. But AVMs, just on a machine, everything is there.
The issue there was, of course, a lack of a voter paper trail. I think that was perhaps one of the biggest issues in terms of verifying those particular votes. So that's, us coming back to the ballot. But I think, as Dr. Moa said, I don't think anything was done deliberately. I think it was a matter of saying, look, we think in Katima Urban you'll have 5,000 voters. These are the number of registrations we've gotten. But unfortunately, people are also allowed to vote wherever they want to, and that perhaps has put more pressure on these polling stations. I think the matter was just of how quickly we can deploy those additional ballots to these polling stations in need. But I think, there's also a very crucial time for us to remember as a nation that unity should be important. And I think, we've seen some of the political parties come out and speak about, these issues. But I also want to know how, traditional authorities and how they can play a role in maintaining peace and order and protecting democracy as we know it here. Especially in a region such as Zambezi that's really entrenched in its tradition and its traditional values here.
Yeah, generally the culture in Zambezi region, people, they respect much of their tradition. And it's a culture of respect. They respect much the elders. Once the elders are involved in peaceful endeavors, then things will go peaceful. I read another book which says even politics of the day, sometimes also they recognize that our elders have more power. Our elders are the ones who are having people. Those people, if they are angry, the masses also become angry. So, this policy, I like it because it says, like here it says, to strengthen the sense of identity, social cohesion, and belonging amongst the Namibian people. It brings the people together. It's not like, no, this is my area alone, I do whatever I like in my area. It's like in this way, this is our area, but it's a Namibian area. What happens here matters to the whole nation. So in the olden days, say, I do whatever I like in my area. No. Now the sense which is there, everybody must uphold his area of jurisdiction so that peace must reign. So our elders have been given much respect by the policies which have been given by the government. In return, our elders also has more confidence in the government policies and in the government running of day-to-day activities, so that when they advise their children, they have got the whole instance of everything. They have got everything at the table in their hand. So if our elders could be lacking somewhere, then we can find some chaos. But now, the way I see it, our elders are full equipped with the laws of Namibia. They can advice and they can listen to them. We can listen to our elders when they speak to us. Yes, because they are more influential on our lives.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes.
I wanted to involve the academic aspect and how much we're doing from that perspective in protecting democracy as we know it. Talk to us about that. Are we doing enough?
We are doing a bit, but there is still room to do more. Let me substantiate that by giving a typical example of the curriculum that we have, particularly the lower and upper primary curriculum. Within that particular curriculum, there are themes of democracy, but this just scrubs the surface. There are themes such as what is democracy, and which is the rule of law, and the issue of governance, the Namibian constitution. That is good, a good start, but we need to do a little bit more. I would love to see modules or courses that are geared specifically towards democracy at an initial stage, particularly for school teachers, those who are training to become teachers, like at the University of Namibia here. Yeah. So we would love to see courses that are geared towards integrating democratic principle within the curriculum. Not scratching the surface, but it needs to go a little bit deeper.
I would have loved to learn more as a young student. I would have loved to learn more about why voting is important instead of learning about the head, thorax, and abdomen of a locust.
Yes.
It's just a joke, by the way.
It is, so that should be the beginning, and I'm sure the issue of young people not being or not caring really about voting would have really been addressed through the introduction of these curriculum courses from a very early age. And then I would love to see workshops, workshops that are geared towards training or rather discussing issues that has to do with governance and democracy, particularly involving young people from schools. And we have, I recall in Windhoek we have a student parliament. Yeah. I mean, what is the essence of that? Of course, it's meant to introduce young people, students, or learners to the issue of democracy and governance, the issues pertaining to voting and leadership, public speaking, etc. So those are all essential elements of democracy which our students need to be exposed to. So in this particular region, we do have the regional council, we have the local town councils, and all these local authorities can perhaps avail or provide a platform to which young people or learners or schools can have a mini local government parliament kind of version where they are introduced to issues of democracy and how leaders make decisions within those local authority that are represented, how the whole system works. So that can help actually in addressing voter education and the wider citizen involvement. Voter apathy, yes. Right. So lastly, I would love to see the governments or rather institutions. It can come from both NGOs, institutions, or just anyone who is really interested in uplifting or in ensuring that young people are introduced to the issues of democracy. One of the issues is, of course, introduction of incentives to those students who show qualities of leadership or democracy, or are interested in democracy. So that will, by by extension, actually encourage more young people to become involved, at least on a school level as well as at the tertiary level.
And proactively so.
To be more proactive.
Yeah.
Of course, as you may recall, issues of democracy does exist in our schools through the selection of LRCs, class captains. Well,
I hated
all
those, by the way.
involves election or involves some form of voting.
Exactly.
Which introduces, but it needs to be emphasized a little bit more, like I said, through introduction or integrating it within the curriculum and expanding it a little bit.
A little bit, very much indeed. Of course, they say we cannot think of the future without remembering the past. Just as equally as, I asked the academic where academia is, playing their role in the preservance of democracy. What role can historians play, and the teachings of the past in preserving democracy?
Yeah, in history they say history is the story of the nation, and it says history. The study of history, or when you learn history, what you want to achieve, you want to know about the past. If you know about the past, then you can solve the present. If you can solve the present, then you can focus on the future. So that sequence, people, they tend to ignore history. They tend to ignore history, say that is the past. No, it helps us to focus on the present, or to solve the present and focus on the future. So what I see now is the government trying to foster some sense of unity to the community. That, well, even if we are different in our cultures, but as a nation we can focus on one focal point, which is peace and economic development and social cohesion. In the olden days, people, they like I said about that, the Ndonga said, there were those calling names, you see. This tribe is like what, this one is like what. But nowadays, we see that even our kids are marrying. My kid can marry a Heleno, I don't care. He can marry a Wambo, he can marry a Damara. You see, that is her choice. So that this policy, I like this policy. Even though what I see lacking on this policy is a review. This policy of arts and culture. Since it was reviewed in 2001, but since from there, because a policy must be reviewed to see whether it's meeting the expectations, or it's lacking somewhere, or it's on the right track. So if the policy is not reviewed, it means there's not much care given to it. So if no much
constantly evolving.
Yes.
Constantly evolving.
I can see sometimes the Land Act is being reviewed. I always go to the Minister of Information. I'm having a lot of reviews for other land rights, all those. They are being reviewed. But this one for arts and culture is not reviewed. And this one is what it says on this act. It must feed the people on the ground, indigenous people. We should have some heritage sites which are not recognized by UNESCO, like other countries. Or go to Zambia, Ekeleng, where Zambezi comes from. It is under UNESCO. So they can receive some funds from UNESCO. Also in Namibia, we are having underwater, the ship that they were discovered there when they were digging the mine, the Rudres. It's a Rudres or Orange, yeah. So when I check, I'm having the document here, the value of those things that they found there. They will give us millions to the tourists, to the people who come to Namibia. So we are having other heritages here, but they are not connected to the world. It's only 2003 when Dr. Jeremy wanted to with the late, may his soul rest in peace, Dr. Kangum. They try to cite the heritage sites, and put them on the map. So that was the right step. So if the traditional leaders, they see that the government is paying attention on this policy, and they try to check and find out what is happening on this policy, definitely traditional leaders, they were very much happy about the policy.
Absolutely.
Yes, because it's not neglected, but they will see that something is, we are going to survive on this policy.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Let's talk about the future of democracy and where you see culture and tradition continue to contribute to democracy, this system of governance and self-governance here.
Yeah, culture is also contributing to democracy. We find that in culture, we are singing songs for that unite people.
Yes.
We are even carving things. There are some cavers here. If I say, no, there's some fungu there or who is like this, no, bring him here. They can carve you nice and they put it there. Say, this one is a hero on this and this.
Yes.
So culture also can, it is also trying to send a good message that we can go hand in hand with our constitution of peaceful coexistence and peace in our nation. So I can see when people they interact, they say development doesn't come from one place. Say, civilization. I let me say civilization. What I have seen at the north, there's one time at home. I come from the flooding part of this region. Sometimes floods always trouble us. When they come on the Molapo, on the stream there, and you amaze, you don't have to, there's nothing that you can do to amaze. Then when I went somewhere, I learned something very interesting. When I came there, I told my people in the village, no, we cannot get flooded. Take the pangas, we cut these stalks of the maize. When the water will come, it will submerge, and they will take our canoe and we will harvest. And that time we harvested. You see, it's through coexistence with other people. Yes. I learned something there from Ovambo. Ovambo also learned something from here, or the Damara learned something from me, and I learned something from the Damara. Yes. That thing is what they talk on this policy. Peaceful coexistence. And by the way, I liked what come on there. I was watching this Lendi, how was it called? Lendi? That time when they were Lendi conference.
Yes.
You see, I learned a lot there. I learned a lot. So if we were not together with other people, we couldn't learn what we learned there. True. You see, that's why the culture now also they are trying to fast track with the democracy to learn what other people also are learning, what other people knows.
Very much indeed.
Yeah, they don't want to be left behind.
Very much
Thank you.
Fantastic. Doc, of course, looking at the future of democracy, how can we continue to preserve and to protect democracy, of course, especially right now in the times that we're finding ourselves, and what is your message to the Namibian nation here?
Thank you so much, Nishi, for that question. We can only try to preserve democracy by actually doing what is required of a democratic nation. And that is include issues of tolerance. It includes our resolve to educate our masses on issues of democracy, why it's important, particularly in the rural areas, and also, like I said, integrating it within our education system so that at a very young age, our citizens, our future citizens, know what democracy is, and of course, that will help us in achieving Vision 2030. So I like the quote from Malcolm X, who highlighted or who indicated that let us not be too quick to judge. I mean, on an African scale, like you indicated, Namibia is a pillar of democracy And I mean, if you look at our neighbors, north, features of democracy have been trampled a little bit. So let us not be too quick to judge. That's what Malcolm X says. Let us not be too quick to judge, because what you know now, there was a time when you were also in arrogance. There was a time when you didn't know what you know now. Exactly. So it's a slow process, and let us continue with the education. That is how we can achieve really a true democratic nation where voters are educated and they vote on principles of the parties of their choice, not necessarily because of ethnic, tribal, or any other reason outside the scope of political party principles.
Very much indeed. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being with me this evening and unpacking this very important subject. Thank you for the rich insights that you brought to this conversation. Thank you for the work that you're doing here in the Zambezi region, and I wish you all the best for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
There you have it. That was Dr. Elliot Moa, historian, lecturer, and academic, as well as Mr. Francis Mwinga, cultural heritage specialist here from the Zambezi region. Of course, tonight we asked the big question: what is democracy? Really understanding this important exercise. We are still here at the Collation Center, where, of course, ballot boxes continue to trickle in from various polling stations, 221 polling stations to be exact. And of course, you can see that the officials are busy verifying these votes, and the law enforcement is here as well to protect those votes. We anticipate that the counting process will conclude by tomorrow latest here in the Zambezi region. It is the hopes of the officials here, and of course we will continue to provide you updates as of tomorrow morning right here from Katima Mulilo. From myself, Ndishisha Mfungu, and the team, thank you so much for joining us, and it's back to you in studio.
Welcome back. A very big thanks to Ndishishi and the rest of the crew, and of course also the panelists for that very insightful conversation. As earlier on, we did announce that we did get in touch and have discussions with the various NBC reporters across the country, and one of them was Hidipo Nangolo, who brought us up to speed in terms of what's been going on in the Oshana region as far as election day was concerned.
A veteran journalist at the NBC, Hidipo Nangolo, who has been covering many elections during his days, and now also is covering this year's election. Very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us, Hidipo.
Good morning, John. Thank you.
Absolutely. Talk to us about the atmosphere of these elections, judging on the past elections that you have covered. How different is it this year?
This year, I think what we saw is that people are still enthusiastic to vote, and we see more young people as compared to the other years. Yeah. And what happened at polling stations, for example, is that at least they catered for old people, for people with disabilities, and that the voting time as you enter a polling station has also quite decreased to single digits. And we went out to Ondangwa very early, 5 o'clock last night, I mean the day before. And there were people already queuing like 11 o'clock the previous day. Yeah. And some people actually slept there. And it becomes now a tradition. And that was also something that we see that it's becoming more and more. People want to vote early and they want to go. And we also went in the south or in the north of Oshana. And there we saw that at least with polling stations at rural areas, they were almost done by after midday. And there were just a few people. I think the bottlenecks that we experienced this year was more in semi-urban and peri-urban areas.
Yeah. Yeah. Talk to us about, how you feel about, the people who actually still turned out to vote until the end. Have you observed any chaos or perhaps any challenges? We do know of some polling stations reporting that they ran out of ballot boxes, not only boxes but even ballot papers. What have been your observation from the areas that you operated in?
Yes, we found a few polling stations running out of ballot papers even after 3 yesterday in the afternoon. Yeah. And some already apparently improvised. We had some stories that we can confirm that some presiding officers decided to improvise and they made copies. We don't have any facts about it. Yeah. So we can't really, but the verdict is still out there, and I'm sure it's probably something that is impossible. But what we saw that was ironic yesterday was that there was a mobile team in Ongwediva. It's Mulongeni JP Junior Primary School. Yeah. The mobile team was supposed to be there by 4, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and they didn't turn up. There were about 500 people there. Some started going home, and you don't believe it, perhaps they get the memo from the ECN, and that polling station, it's actually a mobile team, started at 10 o'clock at night for those people to vote. Right. And at Ongwediva, at the Mayor Park, the police, there was a little bit of chaos there because there were too many lines and there was no provisions for old people and disabled people. But the situation was corrected and things started moving smoothly. But I think also the police there did not get the memo from the ECN that they should open the polling station, so some people were turned away. So this year there could be a situation of many people not having voted, especially in urban areas. I'm talking now about Oshana. Yeah. But things could have changed. So we are going out this morning again and see what the situation is. But we can't put our money on it at this point in time.
Absolutely. As a journalist, what are your expectations looking forward to the day of the results? Of course, the counting is set to have started already in some other areas. What are you looking forward to for today?
Yeah, we're going to find out at least, we expect at least people, the presiding officers and their teams have already counted the votes and they have put the results in front of their polling stations. That's what we expect. But with yesterday's run around and all these chaos that happened, it wasn't really major issues, but of course there could be that some people did not vote because some did not have the message from the ECN that they should keep the polling station open.
We've just received news that there will be a press briefing at the ECN headquarters, and we'll be crossing over there right now.
Good evening, Namibia. As you know, the nation went to the polls yesterday on the 27th of November, 2024, to elect the President and members of the National Assembly. The Commission would like to update the nation on the conduct of the polling process and ensuing processes of vote counting, collating, and transmission. This is the second update to the public since polling started. The Commission was busy gathering all relevant information and updates to enable us to provide the public with comprehensive brief. Moreover, we also needed to meet as a Commission and consult where possible to find solutions to some of the challenges faced in the process. Allow me to begin by sincerely thanking all Namibians for the peaceful manner in which voting was conducted. From the early hours of the morning until the close of polling, voters patiently queued, respecting each other and the processes put in place by the Commission. Your conduct thus far reflects the spirit of democracy that is enshrined in our Constitution. It is a spirit that binds us together as a people, regardless of our political affiliations, cultural backgrounds, or geographic locations. Opening of polling and turnout. Polling kicked off on a good note. At 7 a.m., most of the polling stations across the country opened, with the exception of a few that delayed because of slight challenges, such as finalizing setting up a few minutes after opening time. We also had two teams in Karasburg East constituency, where it was reported that private vehicle owners withdrew their vehicles at the last minute. However, this situation was resolved and the teams proceeded to commence with voting process. Although we have not compiled the final statistics on voter turnout, from the reports and observations of the queues we had at polling station, it is apparent that there was satisfactory turnout and a remarkable high level of participation. I'm now going to move on to the emerging issues during the polling day. While polling was in progress, there were issues that emerged, and the Commission engaged itself to resolve them to ensure that every Namibian who was registered was given the opportunity to vote. Some of the issues that arose included the following: heating of tablets. In some polling stations, especially where tents were set, we experienced that the tablets used for verification of voters were heating up because of high temperatures or exposure to the sun. Polling was temporarily interrupted for some minutes because polling staff had to switch off the tablet to allow for cooling off and resume immediately thereafter. Secondly, ultraviolet light torch running out of batteries. In some polling stations, the batteries for the ultraviolet light torches used for verification of voters for invisible ink were draining faster than anticipated. We moved fast to source extra batteries and supplied to the polling stations so that polling proceeds uninterrupted. Number 3, staying longer in the queues. The Commission has observed and noted media reports regarding some voters complaining of slow movement of the queues. I should state here that the Commission engineered the process to ensure that people do not stay longer in the queues. However, so many factors could delay the process, including human factors. Number 4, voters left behind by mobile polling teams. The Commission got media reports that some voters were left behind by mobile teams despite being in the queue in good time. In some instances, we directed the teams to go back to the polling stations in question to make sure they cover such voters. The Commission attended to every incident and also encouraged voters who were still in the queue to remain put until they were attended to as required by law. Number 5, running out on ballot papers. It was reported that some polling stations ran out of ballot papers. Electoral operating procedures allow for polling stations to transfer ballot papers from one station to another in instances where they run out. However, this process is supposed to follow administrative and logistical protocols to ensure accountability for every ballot paper. The Commission has also learned that at the close of polling stations, a number of regions were still having ballot paper books in their possession, yet they had raised alarm that they may run out of ballot papers because of higher turnout. To facilitate the transfer of ballot papers, the Commission issued a directive instructing regional electoral officers to ensure that polling stations should not close to allow smooth transfer of the
Welcome back. You are watching Namibia Votes, coming to you live here at the ECN headquarters. Now, veteran journalist with decades of experience covering elections, that is Kae Matundu Shiparuro, is joining us right now in studio this morning as the nation is reflecting on the pivotal voting day, which was yesterday, the 27th of November 2024. Now, we will be diving into his insight on how this election compares to that of the past years and what it reveals when it comes to the current political landscape. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Namibia. Good morning to you, and it's my pleasure to have you.
We are happy that you are joining us this morning. Looking at yesterday's exercise when Namibians took to the polls to elect their leaders that they would like to represent them for the next 5 years, what are your observations as a veteran journalist?
My first observation, I've been doing rounds at various polling stations in Windhoek, and what I noticed is that the excitement among the voters to be able, to cast their vote, especially these days in Namibia. It's very hot. And can you imagine, people, bracing the scorching sun and the long queues to cast their vote. That explains, the excitement. And it is not only a matter of excitement. Behind that excitement, there's expectation because they don't want to cast their vote. And at the end of the day, their vote ends into nothing. They want to see at the end of the day results coming from them casting their votes.
Yeah. Does this excitement differ perhaps from the elections of 2019? That it does differ?
Not really, because in fact it differs, because from the way I'm seeing it now, in terms of the voter turnout to vote, is, as you might remember, the voter turnout in 2019 was drastically reduced from the first, period when the late Hakainde Geingob came to power.
That was 2014.
Yeah. So
during those elections.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I can see that during his second time, it was drastically reduced to about 50%. That was about the voter turnout. I can see this year surpassing the 50% up to 60%. If you look at the way people have been turning out at the polling stations.
Very well. What would we then attribute to the excitement this time around too, compared to that of 2019?
You see, this time around, we have got a substantial number of young people, who have registered, because I'm informed, or I've learned that among the registered voters, you have got about close to 1 million, whereas, all the registered voters are 1.4. So that is a substantial number. Perhaps it's that excitement coming, from youthfulness, energy, and what have you. Not only that, looks like we have been having, a lot of, socio-economic, problems in the country, and perhaps, which mostly who have been affected are the young people. Perhaps now they want to put their voice to tell, whoever may come to power, that we are there and we want you to take note of us. And perhaps that is it.
Established the number of remaining ballot papers that will be distributed to the mentioned polling stations. The available information is as follows. Katutura Central Constituency, Khomas Region, 53 ballot books, and that is equal to 5,300 ballot papers for each election. Moses Garweb Constituency, Khomas Region, 70 ballot books, equal to 7,000 ballot papers for each election. Rehoboth Urban East Constituency, Hardap Region, 46 ballot books, equal 4,600 ballot papers for each election. Oshakati East, Oshana Region, 56 ballot books, equal to 5,600 ballot papers for each election. In closing, I should state that the Commission intended to provide this briefing after engaging with political parties through the usual platform of the Political Party Liaison Committee. However, as you might have witnessed, this meeting could not take place as the Commission was denied access by some political parties to the venue identified for this purpose. We nonetheless deemed it prudent to apprise the public of this important development. We remain committed and available to engage with the political parties as we manage this process. we continue to appeal to the public to remain peaceful and calm. The Commission will be updating the public frequently to ensure that we are all abreast of the events as they unfold. With these few remarks, I wish to thank you for coming to this briefing at short notice. Thank you.
Ms. Elsie, you said that you tried to meet with the political parties, and yet they say you have, the Commission has refused to heed to their calls and respond to their calls. We've also been around to polling stations, and members of the ECN that are there, the returning officers and the presiding officers, a number of them informed us that they have called the ECN when they ran out of papers a number of times, when the machines overheated, and when the queues were stuck, and they have not received any feedback. They were stuck and they could not continue. So there's been no engagement with ECN throughout the evening. We also witnessed that, some of the polling officials calling you in our presence, and they could not get to any one of you. Mr. Sharma has also ignored the media. We tried to get him to speak to us this afternoon. We've also tried to speak to ECN in the last few days. This meeting, the media has not been informed, with the exception of NBC. Why is this becoming the norm? Then there's also the issue of, you are saying that the machines have only overheated in areas where they were exposed to sun. I've personally voted at IUM, a building, a very big hall like this, very good ventilating system, and that machine has gone off a number of times. How do you explain that?
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Shaligan Peterson. I'm a journalist with the Namibian newspaper and Desert Radio. Regarding the extension of polling, we know of the directive sent out, and we know that presiding officers, for instance, we had Hendrik Maton at the UNAM campus, who said that they were instructed to allow people to come in and vote after 9. According to the Electoral Act, it doesn't allow for that, and we've had numerous lawyers confirm that. Can you just confirm, in terms of the law, where exactly does that come from, and how exactly did ECN source the information to make that decision? Thank you.
Shelley, if you can just clarify the decision for the extension, for the recommendation to the president.
No. The polling station staying open after 9 and allowing more people to access the polling station after 9. We had a presiding officer say they got the directive, they closed the gates at 9, and they got the directive to open the gates after that period, and more people joined the queue, and we personally witnessed more people join the queue after 9. And we know the Electoral Act is very specific, and the Gazette is very specific in terms of when the poll should open and when polls should close.
Hi, hello, I'm Ernst Collitz from Daily Maverick. The first question I'd just like to know, we were at a number of polling stations where some voters did raise concerns as to whether or not, or as to why they have to use pencils to mark their ballots and not something more permanent, for instance, like a marker or like a pen. Can the ECN please just clarify that? And then the second one was, we were also at a number of polling stations where campaigning material was still found quite close to the station. For instance, just as you left Windhoek on the way to places like Ruwebord, there was a polling station set up with like under less than 100 meters. There was an LPM banner present there. And then lastly, we've also been receiving quite a bit of reports with like results being announced now with stamps dating to 2025, but also on these sheets also having irregularities in the numbers, for instance, like numbers not tallying up correctly and stuff like that. Thank you.
The irregularities on the screens?
No, on the sheets, on the result sheets.
Let me just take the first question with regard to the political parties. We invited the political parties to a meeting today. Yesterday, all of us were busy with polling. But what happened today is something that you as members of the media have covered. So we've reached out to political parties. So that sentiments that says that we are not willing to meet with the political parties is not true. In fact, this information that I am sharing now with you is information that we wanted to share with the political parties in the morning as members of the PLC and therefore our primary stakeholders, but the Commission was not given that opportunity. Then, if you can touch on the following questions.
Good afternoon. Yes, in terms of polling stations, in terms of the procedures, when a presiding officer has any issues in a polling station, the presiding officer is supposed to take it up with the returning officer who's responsible for the constituency. The returning officer then will elevate it to the regional electoral officer if not able to solve it, and the regional electoral officer will then elevate it to the Commission if they cannot attend to the issue. So yes, I think the issue of the ballot papers, where they've run out, the ballot papers, this was communicated to the regional electoral officer, and I think then arrangements were made within the various constituencies to do the transfers. It might have taken long because I think the returning officers had to engage the other returning officers. With respect to the overheating of the machines, I think the reports that we have received that it was intense, but it's something that we'll follow up. The reports that was provided to us by our IT was that the heating took place in places where the teams operated from tents. But we take note of it and would then also just follow it up with our IT for the constituency concerned.
Perhaps on the aspect of extension of polling, as you may be aware, the Commission sent out a directive which was issued by the Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer. So if a polling station interpreted that directive to mean that they should allow voters to come in or join the queue past 9 o'clock, then that's an issue of wrong interpretation of the directive. The directive in question was issued in accordance with Section 93, sub 3, which directs that a presiding officer must permit every voter who is in the queue at the time of closing of the poll. And the closing of the poll must be understood within the context of 9 o'clock. So it's an issue of interpretation. The directive was not issued to overrule what is statutorily prescribed.
The question that deals with voting with a pencil instead of a pen, Namibia has never voted with a pen. And if there are concerns like that, they were not formally presented to the Commission. Campaign materials to be removed. If you remember correctly, we had a media briefing, and this is one of the things that we indicated during that time, that political parties are responsible for removing their campaign material. And if they do not do that, then the presiding officer can take that responsibility. Yes, there might have been instances where there was campaign material, but it's not because it's deliberate, but it's because those who put up the campaign material did not make an effort to remove it. Talinga.
In terms of the stamps that are reported that they are wrong on the results forms, the process that's followed in terms of the results announcement on a constituency level is that the presiding officer, after counting and pasting the results at the polling station, is required to submit it to the returning officer at the collation center. If that returning officer verifies and picks up that there is an error on what the presiding officer has posted, the returning officer can direct the presiding officer to go back to the polling station and correct the error. So these forms have not yet been submitted to ECN at the head office, so obviously we take note of it and would then also bring it under the attention of the relevant not presiding officers, returning officers, so that they can look at it. The same applies for the tallying and correcting of the results if they are not collated correctly. By law, the returning officer can direct the presiding officer to go back.
Okay, let's give an opportunity to those who have not gotten a chance to ask in the first round.
Once again, because you're deliberately evading that question. And also, I would like to understand, if you are going to notify people after almost, well, basically 2 days, does that mean it will be extended another week? Because why? These are issues that started 4 hours later. The heating out of the tablets, the running out of ballot papers, long queues that didn't even move. So how come it has not been notified yet? You've known about this. That statement that you read was issued yesterday already. So how come it has not been notified?
Can I please plead with media practitioners that we please be professional when we are engaging each other? Thank you. Yes, yes, sir.
Hi, John Collin here from the Namibian and Desert Radio. Just 2 quick questions. Is the ECN going to address the glitch that was referred to 2 days ago when the media asked questions regarding the same verification numbers that was found on 2 voter cards belonging to 2 different people? And then we've been speaking to various political parties as well that have called for the resignation of the commissioners as well as the executive of the ECN. How do you respond to that, just in terms of the political parties having confidence in the ECN's duties?
Yes, any other questions? Okay.
Hi, I'm Ernst Karlitz again from Daily Maverick. I'm also aware that there were 2 briefings for the press that were cancelled last minute. That also hasn't been properly addressed. I'd like to get some information on that. And then yet again, just emphasizing the point as to why there was no invitation to the alternative media to this meeting. Thank you.
Let me respond to your last question. You know, running elections is a mammoth responsibility, and you are dealing with many issues that you need to resolve. And that is the reason why yesterday we had to cancel the press briefings that were initially planned, because we had to respond to issues that are on the ground. But the CEO came out and he gave some information to the nation. So that is our response to that question. Yes, he used NBC to address the nation. No, the issue is that NBC is our national broadcaster, and you as journalists are accredited. You have access to this circ anytime, and most of the time you are here. So it's not like we are giving preferential treatment to NBC.
Ma'am, please be respectful. No, it's not, please. No, please.
We have responded to your question.
On the issue of two voter cards issued to one person or to two people, we wish to inform that as a commission, this has come to our attention, and we have done our analysis. And when we have done our analysis, we have indicated that this has to do So this has to do with that correction. The Commission wishes to provide the clarity on the media allegation pertaining to the issuance of the voter registration cards at ECN head office, as it was alleged. The report does not accurately reflect the procedures and activities of the Commission. The issue which brought about confusion was detected during the special voting in one of the regions where a voter was verified against the search of a voter registration card, and it detained two entries linked to one number. So that has prompted, as I indicated earlier, has prompted the Commission to do analysis and find out. So therefore, this was made to ensure integrity of the electoral process as part of our commitment to maintain accurate and reliable voter registration. So the issue was rectified by generating a unique VR number to all affected registration voters after the initial issuance. This process could only be done centrally to the system due to the system configuration. And that the cards were dispatched accordingly. This was to allow the voters to be able to vote, because when you pick up this, you will make sure, you will realize that the replaced voter cards, as indicated, were collected and issued and rectified. This was to allow the voters to be able to vote using the voter card with that corrected code, because this number, a voter is always issued with a voter identification number, which is a unique number issued to every voter. So this clarification was also provided to the political parties who sought to get clarification on this matter on the 26th at the head office, and political parties were pressed on the fact, and these entries will not have any effect on the total number of registered voters because, as I said, each voter is given a unique corresponding number, which is uniquely given to each voter. Of course, a voter number, when you vote, the voter number is used to identify you, your particulars, but the unique number is the number that is used in the system. As you know that our system is biometric based, and when you vote, before you are given any opportunity to go to the next stage, you have to use your biometric data to finally authenticate that is indeed you are the owner of the voter card.
Okay, if there are no further questions.
Sorry, Mr. Sharma, I just want to do a follow-up on that answer of yours. I understand that there was then a rectification of that issue, but I failed to understand what caused that glitch in actual fact for there to result in one verification number for two different people. What actually caused that? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
Yes, also, you confirmed that no cards were printed here. Was it yesterday or the day before? The day before, Chairperson, you said it was done at the constituency office. Cards were printed at ECN, and the opposition parties have proof of photos where they saw the cards here from a list of the ruling party. How exactly did the ruling party inform you that they acknowledge that those cards do not work? And also, when the glitch happened during the special voting, why did the ECN not inform the nation and not inform the political parties then during a post-briefing meeting to say this is what happened and be accountable for the glitch?
There's a hand at the back.
Thank you. My name is Justisha. I'm a journalist from Eagle FM. I wanted to find out how much the ECN has spent on the printing of ballot papers, and also how much it costs for the verifying machines. I also wanted to find out what is the expected cost of reopening these polls, as you indicated that they would then be let to be open, and with the cost of the printing of ballot papers, is there also a cost to how much the extra ones that were printed, how much did those also cost in that regard? Thank you.
Any questions? Over to you.
Sorry, I just want to indicate my question regarding the political parties asking for the resignation of the commissioners and executives wasn't answered. Thanks.
I think if you read the Electoral Act, it is quite clear on the grounds in terms of which a commissioner may be relieved of their duties. Not only are the grounds stipulated in the Act, but the process leading to that as well. So if those who are asking for the resignations of commissioners have reason enough, then they should invoke the process as stipulated in the Electoral Act.
Yes, on the issue of the VRN cards, as was indicated by the CEO, this was picked up during, the issue of the VRN numbers which was picked up during the special voting. As you know, special voting was on the 13th of November, and obviously we had to do an analysis to try and establish what could have been the cause of this. Members of the media also know that the provisional voters register is displayed. So it's also the responsibility of every registered voter or political parties who in fact the voters register is provided to make sure that there are no errors on the voters register. So I think it was just that unfortunately this took us a bit time, taking into consideration the pressure that we were also under. And yes, it might have been an oversight from us not to notify, but I think the goal was to make sure that we would make sure that these voters do get their cards. With reference to the issue of why was the cards printed centrally, you would have noted that the cards that are printed in the constituencies were written duplicate voter registration cards on it. And for that purpose, the system only makes provision for printing of duplicate voter registration cards. So you cannot do any rectification. If you do rectification, it's like you are doing a change which is not allowed. So there was no changes done. It was just that the VRN number was linked to the unique number, and a new VRN number was then issued to the subsequent voter. So the printing of these cards could not take place in the constituencies, otherwise they would have been written duplicate on it, and the voter in fact did not apply for a duplicate card. The cost of the ballot papers, I think the Commission has on several occasions indicated. So the cost for the ballot papers alone was 6.2 million Namibian dollars. The cost that related to the political parties and their cost relating, the cost relating to the political parties that the Commission then invited to observe this process was plus minus 700,000, which gives you then a round of 6.9 in total. On the issue of printing of ballot papers, extra ballot papers, I'm not sure what's made reference to which extra ballot papers, because there was no extra ballot papers printed.
Perhaps what you are referring to is the fact that, as was reported in the media, the registered voters are 1.4 million, but the Commission printed 1.6 million ballot papers, which is 1.4 million registered voters plus the contingency of 10%. So that is the extra. But it was all one cost. It was printed at the same time in one batch. So there were no extra costs. So maybe to also just clarify that the extra, those ballot papers which will be used for the extended polls, as the chairperson announced, those are the ballot papers which were realized or from the ballot books which remained unused from other polling stations. So the Commission is not going to print extra ballot papers for the purposes of the extended poll. I hope that answers the question.
Good afternoon. I'm Otto Gottlieb with the Namibian and Desert Radio. I would like to re-ask a question that was asked by a colleague earlier. What is the Commission's approximate budget on the extended polls?
Okay, so in order to, for this extended poll to take place, what expenditure would the Commission incur would mainly be with regard to transport that we obviously have to extend the vehicles that we are using, and then also the remuneration of the officials that would be conducting this poll. With regard to the other materials, these are materials that are already in our possession, the non-sensitive materials, as well as the ballot boxes, so that would be the only cost that would be incurred for the rerun, for the extension.
With regard to the exact amount, we can always provide you with that figure. We can do that at a later stage. But we are confirming that there will be extra costs, and it will mean that we might have to approach the Minister of Finance for that support.
Okay, there we go. So just 2 questions for that. The first question, just again in terms of engagement with the media, I think we've seen time and time again now throughout the last couple of days, specifically today, that members of the ECN has been quite unengaging towards the media, not taking any interviews, not answering any questions, again, only responding to questions from the NBC and only at this press briefing. Can the media at least expect to get any other invites to any upcoming press briefings in the future, or should we just remain under the precedent that we won't be invited, right? That's question number 2. And then question number 2 is, since the polling is being extended, until when can we expect the actual announcement of the results?
Yes, you can expect to be invited. We have noted your concerns. The announcement of the result, we have to do the counting, the collation, and once we are done with that, we are going to inform the nation when we are ready. But remember, in terms of our electoral calendar that we published on the 7th of March, we indicated that initially the Commission planned to announce the results on the 30th of November. But with the extension, obviously, it is not possible. So we have to come up with a new date, depending on the progress in the counting process. So at the moment, we are not going to indicate a date, but when we are ready, we'll inform you in advance.
And perhaps just to add in...
Sorry, also just to indicate that in terms of the Electoral Act, there isn't a prescribed time period in which the results must be announced. So the date that we've published was just an indicative date.
Yes, and also if you remember from the chairperson's remarks, she did indicate that the counting process will continue in respect of those polls that have already closed, and those will be released as soon as that counting process has been completed, with the subsequent ones to then also still follow.
I just have one more question. I'm not sure if I missed this because, of course, I was late due to the non-invitance by ECN. I wanted to find out, the public has been criticizing ECN throughout this process in terms of transparency and communication towards the public. What is your response towards the fact that they are saying they are not trusting the ECN no longer?
Can I go? Okay, it's Esther Mbathera for the Windhoek Observer. I actually want to confirm, has the president actually gave a green light for the elections to happen tomorrow? Because what you said is that you have recommended to the president, but now we're already discussing budgets and so on. I actually want to find out, has the president confirmed that elections can go ahead?
Okay, let me start with the last question. Esther, it would have been a great anomaly to make an announcement of this nature to the nation without getting the concurrence of the president. So the president has confirmed, and there will be a proclamation that will be issued.
On the aspect of communication with the public and the public not trusting the ECN, I also just want to indicate that we are a responsible institution, so it would not be of any help if we come out and we give you half-baked information. As you might recall from the chairperson's remarks, she indicated that for us to come and give you the briefing that we did today, we had to obviously gather all the information and facts to form the basis of the Commission's decision. And we didn't then gather those information and made a decision and kept it to ourselves. We then came out to the public to communicate. You might also recall that the chairperson also indicated that prior to this forum, the intention was to engage our primary stakeholders, which are the political parties. And that was intended to occur in the morning. And obviously, that did not happen outside the control of the ECN. So the Commission remains committed to enhancing transparency. We have been transparent. And that is why we even came out now to inform you that in respect of the extended poll, it's in respect of which constituencies, which polling stations, and where are those ballot books going to come from. We needed to come with that information. It would have been irresponsible of us to come here and give you that just to inform the public that the polls will be extended, and you would ask, what are the arrangements? Cost questions are coming up. But we obviously didn't work it out, but there will be extra costs. But we had to come out and inform you on the basis of the information that we have gathered. We have not kept that information to ourselves. The Commission has really, to be quite honest from my perspective, been transparent from the planning and execution process. The public and our primary stakeholders have always been kept abreast of our execution rate of the various phases of the electoral process. I'm really, I do not understand what the definition of transparency is anymore. I do not know what more the Commission should do. We take the criticism of perhaps sending out invitations to the media timelessly. That we can work on, for sure. But to say we are not transparent and we are not communicating, I think it's unfair criticism. And on the aspect of trust, if it can be proven that the Commission has breached the mandate that it has been entrusted, sure, like I alluded to earlier, there are mechanisms in law in terms of which the Commission can be held accountable. And we are prepared because for us, whatever that it is that we have done it within the confines of our enabling legislation, which mandates us to do what we are doing. Okay, can this be the last round, please? It's time for them. NBC is also running late for their, in fact, they are already into their time for news.
Last question. Freyland Thomas, NBC National FM. The 27th was declared a public holiday. Has any consideration been given by the ECN to do the same for tomorrow and Saturday, as there might be challenges for those that did not have an opportunity to cast their vote, maybe from their employers? Thank you.
Franklin, no, the days that are extended will not be declared public holidays, and it's specifically for the reason that we've given 2 days. So if somebody doesn't get to go on the first day, you can then get time to go on the second day. But those 2 days will not be declared as public holidays.
Just a question on the cards again. The cards were found on the eve of election at ECN's office. There's a photo of a box of cards. At what point was ECN then planning to distribute those cards? If we were here past 3, past 4, and those cards, let me not speak false things. At what point was ECN going to distribute those cards if it was on the eve of the elections?
Okay, more questions?
Yes, I just have a follow-up to the question on trust and transparency. You said that you wanted to have information to be able to relay the information to the public, but then why did you keep silent in that case? Do you think keeping silent was transparent? And also today we had the media whereby Mr. Sharma saw us and he ran into his office and closed the door. Does that mean that is transparency? I also wanted to find out what happens to those polling stations that announced their results today as well as yesterday. Does that mean they will recount, or what happens to those
I think the questions, especially the last 2 questions you asked, we actually dealt with them in the chairperson's statement, which will be availed to you.
But let me just elaborate a bit on that. Your question is what happens to those polling stations that have already counted? They have counted. They have pasted the results, they have counted, they have announced, they have pasted the results and uploaded the results. So they are done.
There was a question on, on the distribution of cards. I think I remember this question was asked on the first during the first press briefing that the Commission held after the opening of the polls. I think it was clearly indicated, or perhaps even in the CEO's response, that these voters were telephonically contacted to come collect these cards. And the condition for them to be given the card with the corrected voter registration number was for them to hand over the old card, so they don't have 2 cards.
Sorry, does that then mean that that glitch only affected the Khomas region?
No, there were other regions also, but not the entire region. It was in selected constituencies. So those cards were also sent to the constituencies for distribution in the constituency.
Okay. So earlier you said that you guys have already started planning on extending the election to Friday and Saturday, and that's what you were planning on approaching the group of opposition, or the group of parties with. If you guys had already known of the plan earlier in the day, why is it only being communicated to the media and to the public this late into the day, right? Secondly, what is the ECN's plan in case of this group of parties not accepting the election being extended, considering that they already want to declare it null and void, right? And then thirdly, since these press briefings are only being aired, or was initially only planned to being aired on platforms like NBC, how was the ECN planning on communicating with households and people who don't necessarily have access to stuff like radio or like television? Thank you.
Your question of that we're only communicating late in the day. You must remember that this is not just the type of decision that you take and you go out and announce. So we had to do a consultation. We had to first contact our regional electoral officers, our returning officers, to assess the situation on the ground and to ascertain if there aren't any other polling stations that ran out of ballot papers, how many they were. So reasonably, it is not possible that that could have been done in the morning. And then after that, we also had then to consult regarding the proclamation by the President. So it's not a reasonable expectation that we should have given that information in the morning. It would have been premature.
On the aspect of acceptance of results, surely the Electoral Act provides mechanisms which an aggrieved contender can explore in the event that they are aggrieved by the announcement that the Commission will met out. So we will deal with it as and when it comes.
Okay, I think we've answered all your questions. We are now coming to
one last question. Ms. Elsie, what do you make of criticism that this is a deliberate attempt by the ECN to sabotage elections? Number one, you've been advised against deregistering NEF and appealing that court case, and yet you went ahead and lost it. And now we've seen what has been a colossal failure from the ECN to conduct an election for which they had 4 years to prepare. What do you make of that?
My response is the burden of proof is with the one that is alleging. We've come to the end of the press briefing, and we thank you very much.
There you have it, Elago, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Elsie Nikembo, making a very important announcement to the Namibian nation that polling at some polling stations in some constituencies has been extended to tomorrow and on Saturday.
Yes, so meaning polling stations in constituencies such as Epupa constituency, Opua rural constituency, Sesfontein constituency, Ondangwa urban constituency, Oshakati East constituency, Ombuto constituency, and Windhoek constituency will be open as from 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and they are expected to close at 9 o'clock on Saturday.
Absolutely, and according to the chairperson of the ECN, this follows after consultations, after which they made a recommendation to the head of state, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and it will be published in a proclamation, and that is expected to reach the public tomorrow.
Yes, and this decision came about as in regards to the challenges that were being experienced and the complaints from the public who were not able to cast their votes as a result of the challenges that were raised. Those challenges were also brought to the fore by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, and these necessitated the extension of voting for the next 2 days.
And the Commission does acknowledge that this move will bring about additional costs. The costs will primarily relate to the remuneration of the polling officials over the next 2 days, but also transport costs. We do know that an appeal was made to members of the public to make their vehicles available, and they would be compensated for it. So those vehicles required for those polling stations in those constituencies would be needed for 2 more days, and that would be the additional costs. As far as the materials, both sensitive and non-sensitive materials are concerned, those are already in possession of the Commission.
The chairperson also indicated that there isn't a definite number right now of registered Namibians who have gone out to vote yet, but of course those information we will be receiving as the week progresses and going into the continuation of voting for the next 2 days. So viewers, if you did not manage to cast your vote during yesterday between 7 o'clock and 9 p.m., you have the chance to do so from tomorrow 7 a.m. up to 9 p.m. on Saturday. We have just been informed, as that is a request that was granted by the President of Namibia.
Yes, Ilago, and in response to a question put to the chairperson of the ECN on when the results are expected, seeing that polling has now been extended to tomorrow and to Saturday, she did say an earlier date was announced, namely Saturday the 30th of November. And this came despite the Electoral Act not compelling the Commission to announce a date upon which results would be available in advance. Yet the Commission had expressed the hope to have the results available by Saturday 30 November 2024 of those votes cast in the 8th edition of the National Assembly and presidential elections that took place yesterday. Because of the extension, she said, a new date will have to be established.
Yes, and polling stations that have closed, counting will continue and collation will take place, and those results will be pasted as it is supposed to be done, and that information will be shared with the nation as usual. But of course, that will not happen for the constituencies that still will be opening tomorrow morning to allow the registered Namibians to go out and cast their vote.
At respect to polling stations, because the presiding officers at the polling stations, they count the ballots and they announce the results by pasting it and posting it outside the polling station, and those are then sent to the returning officer of the constituency, where they will be collated per constituency, ultimately to be sent to the Central Elections Results Centre here at the headquarters of the ECN for the final results regarding the National Assembly and presidential elections.
Well, in essence, that was the update that was provided to us, that is by the Electoral Commission of Namibia. We now are handing over to the Studio One team, where the news is on standby.
But from us, it's over to you, Studio One.
their socio-economic conditions, and perhaps that is the main thing, that is driving them to go to the polls.
Apart from the electorate, which you have observed to be excited and have come out in great numbers to cast their votes, what about the electoral process itself that was conducted by the Electoral Commission of Namibia? Does this process in itself differ from that of 2019? Of course, we do know that this time around it's manual compared to the electronic system that was used before. But generally, in terms of the speed, the efficiency, what are your observations in that regard?
Obviously, there will be a difference because, to start with, the people who are running, the election now in the Electoral Commission of Namibia, most of them are new people. Call the commissioners, call, the chief executive officer, all of them. They basically, new to this process. But as far as I can see, they have been equipping themselves. But still for them, it is still a learning curve. And then on top of that, let us not lose sight of the fact that we have got now a bigger population of people, voting, because the Namibian population has meantime increased, and so equally the voters. So this is a mammoth task. It cannot be the same because now we have got, the Electoral Commission have got to deal with a bigger number of people, and everything that comes along with it, like the logistics they have got to put in place and so on. So it cannot be the same.
Of course, all right. Now, this year, during these elections, there were 15 presidential candidates and 21 political parties contesting. What does this say to the political landscape of this country comparing to 2019? How has it differed?
In terms of content, I don't see a lot of difference. Okay. But in terms of numbers, just because we've got now more presidential candidates and equally more parties. But then it comes down to the content of their messages, like even the content of their manifestos. Basically, all of them, remains the same, with little to choose between them, because all of them go from the premises that this is a free market economy. And that is what is reflected in most of those manifestos, which does not give much of a choice to the voters, because you have to choose, basically from the same people, advocating the same thing, which is a free market economy. Does that make any difference between? It does not. It is just a matter of, how does one, move the furnitures within the house.
Will this affect governance for the next 5 years?
It would. In terms of, if we have got a good dose of youthful, parliamentarians, that will make a difference, because I have noticed even in the current, parliament, the youthfulness of our parliamentarians, the young ones, and the issues that they raise. And even you can see the vibrancy of the debates within Parliament. That will make a difference. But the only observation that I need to make is that leading up to the election, you have been hearing political parties, urging young voters to go out and vote. But when you look into their leadership structures, you hardly find, any young people there. So looks like, as far as most of these political parties are concerned, the youth or the young people are only good when they are giving votes, but are not in terms of, leadership, which is an oversight, or I don't know what it is, on the part of the political parties.
Someone might argue that perhaps they do not see the availability of young people willing to take up positions of leadership?
Well, I don't think it is a matter of availability. Also, one can, put it the other way around. But do the young people themselves avail themselves? Or where are they? What role are they playing? It is also incumbent upon them, because they cannot expect, leadership to be handed over to them on a silver platter. They must aspire towards it if they believe in whatever mission it is, even to improve their own conditions. Yeah. Because they cannot expect, that an old man like me would improve, the conditions of a younger person. Because to start with, how much do I have got, how much understanding do I have about their socioeconomic conditions, or their aspirations, or their ambitions?
Very well. Now, we are expecting results to start trickling in. Of course, those polling stations that have finished counting, we will see those results being shared there at those constituencies. But are there any indicators, and I'm asking this based on your experience, that one can look at to determine which route the results might take?
You see, that's why I've always been refusing to be called an analyst, because it's just like being a prophet. It means you must predict. I would rather not risk, making any predictions. The voter has gone out there, they have cast their vote, they have spoken, and we must just await the results and see how they have weighted. That is much better than, sitting here being prophetic as to how the voters might have voted. Even for that matter, looks like in Namibia we don't have what is called, exit polls. I haven't seen anything. If we had that, then one could have, make some prediction. Other than that, it will be just, sucking something out of your thumb.
There are no grounds in which you can make your assumptions on. Yes, we totally understand. Now, you have indicated that these political parties' manifestos speak to each other and they speak to the issues that we are definitely aware of already. But looking at the presidency and the National Assembly, once these results, of course, have been announced and the new government is sworn into power, what kind of outcome are we expecting to see, really? What is the expectation thereafter?
Obviously, as I alluded to earlier, should we have a vibrant, parliament with a good dose of, youthfulness, then we would expect, the debates in parliament no longer to be the same. Not only in terms of, what the youthful, parliamentarians are saying, but because, as I have been observing, many of the young people, they are energetic and they have got their ears to the ground. Yeah. Not only their ears to the ground, but even their presence. They are there, where among the masses, and they know what is happening there. Because one thing that I have noticed is that most of our parliamentarians, because perhaps of age, they are hardly seen, heard, or felt, other than, the time when they are raising issues in parliament. But perhaps that's also an issue of our system, because our parliament is not constituency-based, where any member of parliament comes from a particular constituency and he or she is always in touch with his or her constituency and therefore carries all the time the feelings and the sentiments of her constituents.
Now, as a retired veteran journalist, it means that you have reported on matters like this, that is the elections, for many years before. What would you make of the election coverage by various media houses this time around in 2024? And does it differ in any way to 2019?
It has not.
Okay.
It has not. It has been, excuse me, it has been the same thing, covering rallies. To start with, the various political parties has come up, with manifestos. How many people down there on the ground really understand what is the content of those manifestos. I would have thought it should have been, the function of the media to dissect those, manifestos, because even some of the manifestos, the content is so haphazard, saying one thing on this and then saying another on that do not speak to one another. And that should have been, the function of the media to dissect those manifestos and even to get the various political parties information to speak to them and to elaborate on them as to what do they actually mean in those manifestos. Because somebody will tell you that everyone in Namibia will get a plot. Tell me, we have got a government currently in Namibia. What has prevented that government from giving everybody a plot? So basically, that is tantamount, to promising the unfeasible. And that is the duty of the media to call, for those political parties, to explain that as to what do you mean you'll give everybody, because it will take resources. There are not many pieces of land lying somewhere there. As you know, this is a free market country. Most of the land belong to one or the other person, to private people, and how are you going to get hold of those land? So these are the things, that the media should have taken on. Even some of the manifestos are rehashed from previous manifestos.
Yes.
And that is one thing that the media has not been doing. From the previous manifestos, how has even the ruling party came to power because of its previous manifesto? How has it lived to the promises of that manifesto? These are the things, rather than, concentrating on a new manifesto.
Yes,
you go back to that.
That is in regards to the coverage of the campaigns and the manifestos.
Yeah.
What about the election process itself that took place yesterday?
That has been, obviously, I've been watching, the NBC, and I think it has been on the ball. One really cannot, fail it. It has been on the ball in terms of, from the word go, even starting, with registration, making people aware about the need for registration, and now taking us through the whole process, of voting, how people are turning up, and so on. I think it has been on the ball. Yeah. Not only the NBC, I realize also NT has also been on the ball, and I think it has been very helpful, and informative, especially to people, who cannot be there And it has been kind of encouraging, those perhaps who might have decided to stay home to go out and vote.
Well, thank you so much for sharing.
Are you done?
Yes,
are you sure?
done.
You can go on if you want.
I would love to go on all day.
But time, of course,
is not our friend. Thank you so much, sir.
Not at all. It's been my pleasure. Especially meeting you in person.
Very well.
All right.
Well, that was a conversation with Kae Matundu Shiparuro. Now, he was talking to us about, the election process that is currently ongoing. We do know that Namibians took to the polls yesterday, and we are expecting the counting of the votes to start and results to start trickling in as well. So we were just comparing how that process has been going compared to that of 2019 and 2014. We'll be back with more. Please stay with us.
region, where we, of course, bring you coverage of the election as it unfolds. Quite the day yesterday, of course, from the polls opening at 7, and some of the polls going all the way up until midnight, of course, to ensure that each and every voter is accommodated. Now, while the situation was quite peculiar around certain parts of the country, the situation remained fairly contained here in the Zambezi region, with the ECN ensuring that the reallocation of ballot papers happens, where, of course, ballot papers ran out in certain parts of the region. But we spoke to Leslie Simwanza, the regional officer of the Zambezi region, a while ago, and of course he assured us that everything went fairly well. What they're currently doing right now is, of course, counting those ballot papers. They anticipate that those very ballots will arrive here at around lunchtime, where, of course, the collation and the tallying of those ballot papers from the 221 polling stations across the Zambezi region will be done. He says that it has been a fairly smooth process for the ECN here in the Zambezi region, and of course looks forward to concluding the process. But joining us here on set this morning to give us his reflection of the day that's yesterday, is none other than the first citizen of the Zambezi region, that's Governor Lawrence Alofeo Sampofu, who of course joins us here this morning to help us reflect on the day. But interestingly enough, of course, in a few months' time, Governor Sampofu's term will also come to an end, so we'll also use this opportunity to reflect on his legacy. Governor Sampofu, very good morning to you.
Good morning Namibia.
It's always a pleasure being in Katima Mulilo. It's always a pleasure being in the Zambezi region.
You are most welcome. You are most welcome.
Governor, I see you have your mark on your thumb. Of course, you've gone and cast your vote. Just talk to us about the day that was yesterday as the first citizen.
Yes, thank you very much. I was the first to vote at Ngweze Community Hall yesterday morning, exactly 7 o'clock. Then after voting, I went around to see other polling stations around Katima. They even drove out at the distance about 50 kilometers away just to check on the polling stations around. Everything started very well and it was going very well in the region.
Very much. Of course, we know that there were a couple of issues surrounding sufficient ballot papers. Talk to us about what your thoughts are on that, but also the reaction from the ECN in ensuring that the reallocation of these ballot papers happens in a smooth and efficient manner.
Yes, at around 5 o'clock yesterday, we received some reports that at Liselo, Chefuzwe, and Mafuta, there were enough ballot papers. So I phoned the returning officer. So she told me that they rushed to Ibu and the Suswa areas to collect some books. So they were brought in within an hour and so. Then the voting started again, proceeded very well.
Very much indeed.
Yeah.
We were at Choto up until midnight yesterday, observing the electoral process at the Choto Town Council Police Substation, and we still found, around 50 to 70 people in the queue. Real dedication, real commitment from Namibians in this part of the country. Just what do you make of the overall conduct of the people of the Zambezi region?
Yes, from the beginning, the conduct of our people is very superb, because they were showing excitement to vote, most especially the youth. Yeah, they were very much excited to participate, some of them for the first time. And also, we could see that the morale of all the people, we could compare these elections maybe like 1989. Yes, so everybody was so much excited. We're happy, and also we say thank you to our people. There were no incidents of violence. That is one thing. Yeah, we only saw things on social media, some people tearing T-shirts or other election materials and so forth. But that one we can say might have been caused some of the